helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding all you're wanting, that demon. And you took it all away from me. And you took it all away.
Feel the time, feel the time, feel the time, feel the time. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
Well, well. Hello, my little thieves. It is Phantom here, and welcome back to another stream. Today is the return of the letter. It's been a while since we last seen anything from this game, huh? Speaking of, how do I sound? Am I okay in terms of sound? I may or may not have adjusted the mic ever so slightly, and now I can't really tell if you guys can still hear me okay or not. I just ever so slightly adjusted it so that, you know, stuff can be seen and stuff can be heard, or at least like so that my camera can see me more clearly. Do I still sound okay? Also, hi, Comfort. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you in chat. I'm hoping it sounds okay. Because if it doesn't, I'm gonna be real sad. Real sad. So we are getting back into the letter today for our... How many parts is this? What part is this? For our 8th part to this series. I hope you all have been so patient with waiting for this lovely game to finally come out. Well, in terms, not come out in a sense of like it's not been released, but come out in the sense of like it's been a while since we've been here. It's been a while, hasn't it? It has been a bit. So, forgive me, but we will now proceed into the game. I don't remember where we were last. Let me just adjust my headset really quick. I don't remember where we were last, but I guess it's only one way to find it. God, Jesus Christ, it's been so long. It has been a whole 9 months since we last played this game. 9 months. That's forever ago. Jesus, no wonder I don't remember anything. Anyways, shall we? I don't have any updates today, I don't think. I finally got the schedule out for this week, so if you guys are interested to see what else we're going to be doing, the schedule is on my Twitter and it's also on the Discord server if you're not already in there. This week's fan art feature is by Honey. Actually, speaking of, I'm gonna adjust this. So that it's not playing all of it. It's only playing one piece of art, and that is the fan art feature. So give me a couple minutes to do this, right? So the fan art feature will be what is being displayed on the screen from now on. I will adjust it accordingly on the art that I will eventually draw for it. So let me just get what I want. So this week's fan art feature is by none other than Honey from the Patisserie. Ta-da! Why is it so tiny? Hello? You know what? Hold on. Hang on. Image. Fan art feature. Browse. Boom. Nice. Okay. That is now the thing. That is the thing. Okay, that's the fan art feature, right? This is by Honey. Honey drew this one. Let me just text art tags. Nope. I think it's art tag 2. No. I thought I had one. Nope. Okay, that's fine. I'll just make a new one. So this is her tag on Twitter. Let me just change the font and change the size so that it's not just in your face. I will adjust this accordingly every week, so there's no worry about that. But yeah, that's by Honey. So now that that's done, we are now going to go swiftly into this horror game. Are you guys ready? Oh, thank you for the headpats, Yami. Are you guys ready for the horrendousness that is going to be this game. I remember the last time. Last clip we had of this game was me getting startled. But let's see. It's been a while, so I don't know which character we're playing as. What character? Oh, we're playing as Rebecca. I forgot how she sounds. I'm pretty sure she sounds really, really British. No. Okay. Journal. Okay, last journal entry is here. A terrified Zachary went looking for Ashton in the Ermengarde mansion, but to no avail. He also tried to warn Luke Wright about the spirits supposedly living in the house, but was simply turned away. As he was about to give up, he received an urgent call from Ashton, ordering him to head straight from Selimwell residence. Okay. Or maybe it's time we stop beating around the bush. Aren't you going to ask about her? How's the investigation going? Aren't you going to ask anything? Aren't you going to ask about her? Oh. Oh, ooh, that's painful. It slips out of my mouth before I can think on it twice, or pick a better set of words. In a low voice, without the anger, but brimming with a quiet accusation. Later I'll blame it all on this fatigue, but in the minute, I simply let everything loose. For his sake. More for his sake than mine.
Aren't you even going to ask about her? How she's doing?
The rustle from his side abruptly stops. All of a sudden, a silence sweeps over him. But this is neither him mulling over how to best articulate his answers, nor waiting for me to say more. This is how he evades, how he skirts around truths he's not ready to brave. A final defense of sorts, and a quick rebuilding of walls coming apart at the seams. Though his pause didn't really last long enough to hold, and when he regains his bearings, the shuffling returns with it, more urgent, stiffer than his actions earlier. A heavy exhale follows at its heels. My words have been thoughtfully ignored before he even responds.
I don't have time to worry about other things right now.
Ashton, your friend is in the hospital, not some random stranger.
You think I don't know that? I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it when they hauled her up in that ambulance last night. I'm pretty sure I'm the last person you should be telling that to.
Damn, Ashton's like, bitch, what the fuck you trying to say?
Look, I know you couldn't give a shite about people outside of this little circle of yours, but this is someone you've known for years.
She said, give a shite. I don't think I've seen anyone say give a shite in a while. And thank you for being first convert. I really do appreciate that.
And your point is?
My point is, you could have spared a little of your precious detective time to check on us, instead of brushing us off at the first chance you get. Even Zachary went all the way here when he could have just called.
Rebecca, you know I can't be there while I'm trying to figure out what happened here. I can't just leave in the middle of things. I told you that last night.
At least try to show some concern.
Stop yelling! You're in the hospital!
I am concerned!
Oh, Jesus.
Well, you certainly don't sound like it.
How am I supposed to sound then? Royally pissed? In tears? Rebecca, if you're expecting me to cry over this, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Jesus. Ashton, calm down.
Why don't you try a little harder than that? Maybe then it'll be easier to believe you.
Oh, what do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still out here, trying to find the godforsaken asshole who did that to her? That isn't concern to you?
I don't know, you tell me. Better yet, why don't you tell that to Isabella if she ever wakes up?
I don't bother waiting if he'll reply to that. I swiftly swipe... fucking hell. It's been a while since I've read out loud to you guys that it's so bafflingly bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, hang on. Let me get my bearings right. A swift swipe of my thumb over the mobile's screen. Why can't it say phone's screen? What the fuck? Mobile screen brings a curt end to the conversation, if you can still call it one. But I know him. He may not be the type to hang up on anyone once the discussion goes sour or turn against his favor, but he'll end up dragging this out until every argument has been said. We both will. We're both headstrong like that. Besides, there's really no point in bickering further. I've already said what I wanted to say. Although, with how tactfully phrased it was, I don't see any hope of it having an effect or him even ever showing up here. I don't expect him to. It'll be just Zachary and me on this until he pulls that stick out of his behind. Coward. Excuse me. If I have enough mental capacity to take this on right now, I'll gladly do so. Just to get everything over with. But the way things are, and I am now, I'll only end up doing more harm than good, both to myself and those around me. Besides, the more pressing matter is getting out of this place. Because when I look up from my phone and finally take in my surroundings, only an unfamiliar hallway greets me. Brightly lit as any other corridor here, though oddly void of people and the usual hospital clamor. No voice announcing over the intercom, no beeping from machines inside the rooms, not even a single patient waiting or the occasional doctor or nurse on their rounds. The corridor is empty. I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere while I'm busy worrying about those phone calls earlier. That ought to teach me something.
Of all the places to get lost at.
I've never thought much of hospitals before. They're a necessity. Walking alone in a deserted area inside one, however, with the walls coming off too white, too clean in my eyes, and perhaps even too dull, I can't help but feel a bit queasy about it. A heavy, unsettling feeling lands on my stomach. It's a bit unnerving, but far from agreeable than the sensation of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. And I know I shouldn't do this here, but...
Hello? Anyone here?
Faint footsteps and a murmur of voices echo from somewhere. Still, no one responds to my call. It merely bounces off the walls before dwindling, until all I have for company is the sound of my footsteps. Admittedly, this is a little disconcerting. But for now, I let the distant noises guide me. As I walk along the empty corridor, looking for that exit that'll lead me back to the main lobby, or anyone I can ask for directions, a good minute passes. And another. I'm about to turn around and retrace my steps instead when... Jesus. The sound of it makes me halt. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each passing second. With the hallway devoid of people, I don't have to strain my ears to pinpoint where it was coming from. Not too far ahead, in fact. Just past the sharp turn at the end of this corridor. And clearly, it's the voice of a child.
Where are you, Mother?
On a normal day, I won't concern myself with this, considering where I am. Hundreds come and go here every day. Whatever business they have here, whether they're arrived in tears or not, I've got nothing to do with it, and vice versa. Personally, I don't think a stranger's worry would do much when there are nurses and doctors already attending to them. But this also begs the question, why a child is here, crying? Possibly on her own? Did she happen to wander here like I did? If so, I can't just very well leave her here, can I? I can't even find my own way out. What more if it's a child? Though I'm quite sure the hospital's a safe place, and the roaming staff will eventually find her. Who knows what else might happen if I just leave her here?
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
Why is this game so loud? In any case, I don't have the heart to turn my back on this. Not when this kid's just a few meters away from me. I might as well check on her, make their job easier, and bring her with me to the lobby where her parents can easily find her. It's not totally out of the way. So, gingerly, I seek her out, taking light, mindful steps as I approach where her sobs come from, hoping not to startle her. My caution, however, is ineffectual. The closer I get, the more frantic her sobs become. I try to ease her fears by calling out to her, but...
Hey! Hello there? Can you hear me? Mother, please! She's here! She's here, Mother! She's going to take me! I'm not going to hurt you. Are you lost? She won't leave, Mother! I'm heading back to the lobby. Do you want to come with me? Your mom could easily find you if we go there. Mother! I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. All right. Why don't we just find someone who can...
Suddenly, she cries out, and in a flash, her stifled sobs grow louder and more violent, fraught with fear and dread. It doesn't take too long for the little fact to register. I'm not the one she's talking to from the beginning. Whoever it is, she doesn't want the person with her in there.
Mother, she's here. Help.
I don't think twice. With all the haste I gather, despite the weariness in my bones, I break into a run before panic sets in. Damn my own safety, but if something happens to that kid, not more than a few hours after Isabella's accident at that, I won't forgive myself. I may not be able to do anything for Belle! But this one's right in front of me.
She's going to hurt me. Help me.
I won't just sit this one out like a useless person. Another scream ripples through the air as I near the bend. However, this time her sobs died down along with it. A wave of cold creeps through my whole body as the entire corridor goes wholly silent. Quiet has never been a good thing in situations like this. Then, 3 more steps, I make it around the corner, bag ready in my hand, only to be greeted by a wall the moment I turn the adjoining hall. A dead end. It takes me a few slow moments to take it all in, despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. No sign of the girl or whoever's with her. Just an empty alcove and a single painting sitting on a bare wall.
Where did they...
A quick scan of the area reveals nothing. Not even a hint of a scuffle. The only way out of here would have been the sliding door standing adjacent to me, but even that looks untouched, bolted shut to boot. The corridor I've just passed through seemed to be the only way to get here, apart from that door. I would have met them if they tried to leave. I'm far from having Ashton's keen observation, but that certainly didn't sound like a simple tantrum you can shove under the rug and forget about. Anyone making a desperate cry like that would have left things in disarray.
Especially a child.
Yet, I'm the only one standing here. The presence of a painting that looks like... In the presence of a painting that looks to be mocking me and the absurdity of my actions. Although, to be fair, the real Lady Charlotte Ermengarde probably won't be doing any of that sort. Local history has constantly written and spoken of the woman fondly, endearing to everyone, much like her parents. The beloved child and heir up until she took her own life. A pity, but that's a lesson for another day. Above my worries over what I heard and finding that child, I've yet to find a proper way out of here. Thankfully, I don't have to fret over it longer. Soon another voice calls out from the opposite end of the hall. One of a custodial staff. From what little I could glean on his uniform at this distance. He doesn't bother hiding any annoyance in his tone. From the sound of it, this doesn't appear to be the first time someone unconsciously ended up here.
You there! What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere.
Well, wherever it is you want to go, it isn't there.
I'm really sorry. I heard someone crying here and I thought...
Lady, this place is off limits to the public. Has been since a month ago. Closed off for renovations. Didn't you see the signs back there? Next time, learn to read.
It won't happen again.
Whatever. Get out of here, lady. Exit's back there, second turn on your right. Don't let me catch you here again.
Wow, how pleasant this guy is, huh? Strange, though, he doesn't wait around for me to leave and walks off after he says his piece, after saying his piece. I'm not certain if it's because he's simply tired of having to fend off unauthorized personnel from roaming in here, or he's just gotten to the point of that he no longer cares anymore. Shaking my head, I step back from the alcove and prepare to head out, but not before taking a glance at it again. I'm not even sure anymore what I'm expecting to see before me.
Must be the wind.
So, without another look, I leave it alone. I don't know why I wasn't... I was kind of expecting that, so that didn't really scare me as much as I thought it was going to. Oh, here it is. After leaving Isabella in Zachary's care, Rebecca informed Ashton about Isabella's current condition and asked for updates about the case. However, the two ended up in a heated argument. On her way out of the hospital, she overheard a girl crying, looking for her mother. Coming home feels like a lame attempt at normalcy. A false return to it. Although what surprised me more is how easily falling back to my usual routine is, after I forcefully tucked all of my worries away. For the rest of the afternoon, against what I've told Zachary before leaving, I busied myself with every unimportant, mindless task I can get a hold of. What can I do? Sleep simply isn't that easy to come by at the moment. By the time the sun sits well over the horizon, much of the work I got scheduled today has been finished. All that's left for me to deal with is the mail. Even Isabella's family has been given notice of the accident. However, how I felt about doing so this morning, it didn't take too much effort, actually. The words I've been turning around in my head, the same ones I've been dreading to deliver, have long since lost their meaning after that little call with Ashton. Now, they're just phrases, syllables, meaning nothing. Her mum took it well, in spite of that. But if there's more to the unruffled reaction she gave, is one thing she doesn't let show.
So very much like Isabella.
Is this because of the kind of life she has back home? Not that I'll ever fully understand. I'm my parents' only child. We weren't well off, but so far I've lived a relatively easy life. I don't have to think about bills or food or for the next day, or paying for any siblings' tuition on top of my own, or supporting a sick father's medication. All I have to worry about were my grades, if I'd gain Mum and Dad's approval, or what we'd be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues?
But as unimportant as it all sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate moments. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on an envelope alone. Verging on ridiculous, really. I can already imagine Isabella's wrinkling her nose if she sees this. Then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself. As if simply brushing a hand against the crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it. And it'll be a terrible slight to the sender. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I've received one. Most of the time, it's not even for me. So, who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crossed my face once I flipped the envelope over to see my parents' name written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Their years in the academy. Wait, no, how do you pronounce that actually? Okay, academe. So it's like academia, just not with the Mia. Okay. Their years in the academe naturally brought with it various connections, people from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. This first, though, gives off a much personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who have grown fond of my parents, and they in turn treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on and become successful in their chosen careers, and little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mom and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times I wish they'll remember they have a daughter here. The real one. Not that it's of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. And, like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back. Even if it's a small thing, as letting them know they've got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum, her voice as warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that mail arrived for you. I got it last night, but things happened.
A lie. Thankfully, she didn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put down the idea almost as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hana?
The name rings a bell, though at the moment I can't recall when or where I had heard it recently. It must be nothing too important if I didn't bother to committing it to memory. There are lots of Hanas in the world, so who knows?
Hana.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion, and that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
It makes my heart clench to read another openly saying those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, it's that Mum and Dad are still busy with their respective careers. Out of the country, away on some meeting, or words. Symposium? Oh, symposium. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent in the years until I'm old enough to live on my own. I'd like to think that's how I become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hana. Hana Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici. But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple people make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in Mum's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule. It's all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Whoa, no, Mother! Why would you recommend that? Things are so spicy right now with Ashton.
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh my god, I hit the space bar. No, wait. There's the lock. Backlock.
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties. But I'll see what I can do.
Yes you will. Yes you will, bitch. Yes you will. Because if I remember correctly, you attended with him. Maybe not. I can't remember.
If not, I can always bring... I can always go alone. I'm a big girl now, I can handle these things. This isn't too much of a big deal.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hana for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the two of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This too, I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where you only talked for a bit before going your own ways. If she did leave an impression, I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognized her name. As it is, the only few people I remembered clearly from that time in my life is Ashton and Mandy. To some extent. Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughs.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having two daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Dar to be careful next time.
She chuckles then. A hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. She may be a stern teacher, but this is the part of her I love the most. The sound of it still echoes even as our call comes to an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago, as I need to get up and now adjust my blanket because my legs are starting to get cold and it's not in the prime position. So I need to get up and I need to adjust my blanket. So give me a second, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. Why do I have to be so cold-blooded, man? If I wasn't so cold-blooded, wouldn't need a fucking blanket. Being a whammin is hard. Being a whammin means cold feet and cold arms. Okay. This is as good as it's gonna get. Oh, anybody here? Anybody here to listen to me read to you to sleep? Oh gosh. Okay, I am sufficiently wrapped up. When life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. If given the chance, I'd love to go back to those times. I don't dwell in it though, shaking it all away almost as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything's normal over the phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. Soon the exhausted, Soon, the exhaustion I've been keeping at bay since last night rushed over me, creeping to my tired bones, weighing hard on my sore muscles. Here and now, I'll allow it. And with another night I'm about to spend on her bedside, watching over her, waiting for a tiny bit of a miracle to happen, I can't afford to stay like this. Bloody hell, Zachary. Bloody hell. Zachary will know in a heartbeat that I didn't follow up on that promise. So, with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. A long night waits ahead of me. Oh, hey, Danger. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the toggle. Oh, thank you for the headpads. Yay. 4 hours later, I'm heading back out after a short nap, ready and dressed for a different waiting game at the hospital. An empty traveling bag dangles free in my hand as I head straight from Isabella's room first, unlocking the door with a copy of the key. She lent it years ago after I complained about the mess and offered my help to cleaning up, as I need to blow my nose, 'cause it's fucking cold. And therefore my nose is a little runny. Sorry, I don't know why I announced that. I announced it for no reason. Okay. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me. Always returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I simply stopped trying to hand it back to her. Who would have thought I'd be using it for this purpose?
Isabella, I'm coming into your flat, all right? Your aunt asked me to bring you a few of your things. Don't worry, I won't touch that thing you've been hiding under your bed.
Laughable, this vain attempt at courtesy when there are no ears on the other side to listen to them. So, without waiting for the answer she's not here to give, I push the door open and step inside. Her unit is still a mess. Instant cup noodles on the table, a pile of clothes on one side, papers strewn about everywhere, and an unkept bed, among other things. This, as much as a given, will always be a given. I've been here several times already, and still I wonder how she can function like a human being in a place in this state. She doesn't even bother turning off her telly last night before leaving. Now it's filled the room with even more depressing news.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death. Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Sighing, I reach for the remote to turn it off. No more of that. We've got plenty of negativity going around us right now. Besides, she'll definitely complain about the electricity bill if I leave it, even if it's entirely her fault. However, that's neither here nor there. This little detour isn't for this. It's for her aunt. A little request from her. If we can bring a few things for it. Bring a few of Isabella's stuff. Hi. Thanks for letting me know about this. I'll be by in a few days. Just need to sort things out with my work. If it won't be too much of an ask, could you bring a few of her stuff to the hospital? Only for 2 or 3 days, so I can head straight there. Thanks. Just for 2 or 3 days, to make caring for her easier once she takes over for us. She doesn't elaborate much. The message itself is short and direct. No mention of the accident or even Isabella's name. but the mere lack of it holds enough gravity. It speaks of the things we all dread facing in the next few days, and little truths we'll have to ease into after. Both of us know this isn't a one-day thing. It may last weeks, months, bloody hell. Some even continue on for years. Thinking of those numbers alone drains the optimism out of me. But I refuse to wallow on them. Think of what Zachary said instead. He's right. He has a point. We've all known about her years ago. She's stubborn.
And she might make it through because of it.
The odds are, so to speak, astronomical. But she's beaten worse before. She might not even need that miracle the doctor so blatantly told us to avoid hoping for. If she tries hard enough, she'll probably win over this with willpower and nothing else. If that ever happens, as unsightly as it may make me seem, I will laugh in their faces. Just imagining how it might go brings a smile to my face for the first time. Somehow it calms, and the whole task of packing what little essentials she might need becomes less of a chore. In less than half an hour, I'm done. Before I leave, I spare Isabella's room one last glance. Disturbingly quiet now without her in it. I'll get a chance to scold her for the mess later. Then we'll argue about it like we often do, like normal. But for a moment, my concerns are best left here. She doesn't need those right now. Back in Salem Well, Rebecca Gales received a housewarming invitation addressed to her parents. After informing them about it and getting some rest, she visited Isabella's apartment and packed the clothes and other things they'd need at the hospital. Even before it crossed my mind, Even before it never crossed my mind I'd ever feel apprehension over a hospital visit. No one in my family has experienced illness to warrant an overnight vigil. And when a relative did pass away here for some years ago, I was still all too young to commit the details to memory. I recall the tears, but the emotions simply felt too distant to stick. In truth, everything I remember from hospitals are the bright lights and cozy private rooms and the doctor's tender smiles.
Until last night.
Now the lights glare, shining far too brightly, intensely against my eyes. The smile from the on-duty nurse founders under every single uncertainty. The room at the end of its ward looms forebodingly ahead of me. This being the second day has thankfully dulled the edge to that. Somewhat. There's still the voice in the back of my mind, whispering, expecting the worst, while hoping all that is good in the world that I won't find an empty bed and an equally craven news upon my return. But I push all these down as far as I can the minute I near her room. It won't do for Zachary to see me this way. He'll send me back home for sure. The latter won't do either. I'm not going to let him. When all the help we can get will only be between the two of us until her aunt arrives. After the call with Ashton, counting on him to show his stupid mug here sits right next to hopeless. He'll probably still He's probably still out there playing his equally stupid detective games. I know he's just doing his job, but he didn't have to put it that way. What exactly is there to avoid here? He's so willing to face everything head on, but this? How absurd! Regardless, whatever the answer to those will have to wait along with many others as I give the door to Isabella's room a mild push.
Hey, scaredy cat?
My hand stills. My whole body freezes, stopping me almost a hair's breadth from fully opening the door.
Ash?
A frown soon follows my confusion. There, settled on the edge of the bed, is the last person I expected to see here not mere seconds ago, sitting almost too comfortably at that, with a smile gracing his face, as if last night's events hadn't taken a huge toll on him. But it's obvious. His fatigue is there, in the tired lilt. I'll go with lilt. In the tired lilt in his voice, the detached look in his eyes, and the manner his shoulders droop. He's barely keeping himself together. Just looking at him right now makes me regret ever shouting those words at him this morning. Anger can be a delicate thing to hold. An apology immediately forms in my head, already at the tip of my tongue, although before I can even string two words together, he continues. He is yet to notice my presence, and I'm yet to make myself known. But somehow, something in the way he speaks next prevents me from doing so, despite the casual note he takes. Something anyone, including me, isn't supposed to ever hear from him. Something deeply personal.
Really, how long are you planning to stay like that? You've been criticizing my sleeping habits, yet look what you're doing. I hope you know Zach and Rebecca are already losing sleep over this.
Ashton pauses, holding the moment, allowing his words to seep into the air. He means this as a reprimand, or I assume he does. It sounds like one from the way he has phrased it. Yet the tone in his voice betrays their very essence, and not long into that silence he chuckles, low and close to breathless. And if I listened closely, I'd say there might have been a hint of long-held fondness in it.
But this is how you've always been, isn't it? Clumsy, careless, a scatterbrain and a crybaby. Always getting in trouble. Always getting us in trouble.
Ash, just ask her out. When she wakes up, just go on a date with her, man. He trails off. Another pause. Another held breath. Then he sighs.
Always making me worry.
And with it, the air inexplicably shifts into something gentler, warmer, a quiet little thing filling the room that neither seeks to stifle nor confine. Instead, it only lingers in the silence, bearing some simple truths no mere words or grand gestures can express. When he finally chooses to break it, he does so with all the care in the world. Softly, in hushed tones, fragile in itself.
But those things...
Because sometimes all it needs is not a thunderous declaration, but a single fleeting second of small smiles, tender touches, and sincere honesty.
Those things... I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
Here, in this room, amidst the faint whir of machines and soft moonlight streaming from the windows, In this little space, those words roar louder than the briefest of sighs, and that lone second forms into a memory. One he'll probably keep even after this moment fades with time. One I'm intruding on. Never meant for my eyes to see or my ears to hear. The prayer that comes at the end of it is never for me to behold either.
This place feels a whole lot emptier without you. So please, if you can somehow hear me, come back.
But I can't bring myself to turn away. Even as the silence once again sweeps into the room and only the beeping of the machines remain. Even as he himself cowers under what everything he said stands for.
This is stupid.
Because I understand what the most painful clarity, the only truth the scene proffers. What tiny gleam in Ashton's eyes, his darting glances and his kind smiles convey. Little things, little gestures. To others, it may seem like nothing, but to him, it means the whole world. Because it is the only way he can say everything without fumbling or losing his nerves. Right from the very start, I know. I've always had an inkling. The thought has always been there. Hiding, tucked and neatly sealed away at the back of my mind, in the same manner he keeps his own secrets close as I proceed to save, because everyone is on an ad break and I will put it on an ad break so that no one misses anything.
I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
About to make myself cry, man. I feel this story so much. I feel it. I really do. Excuse me. Gotta be consistent, you know? Okay. Alrighty, we continue with my attempts to sound like I'm about to cry. Did I save? I did save. Which is why there's no jolt in me. No surprise. Just a slow, aching, burning realization of a truth long held. Of feelings never meant to be for me. And yet, in the end, a flash of anger still surges within me. Upon returning to the hospital, Rebecca found Ashton inside the room, the last person she expected to see sitting with by Isabella's bedside. As she was about to head in, she overheard a conversation never meant for her ears. It clenches, pierces, leaving my heart torn and numbed, draining every color and noise from the world around me. The bag in my hands hang weightless in my hand as the magnitude of those words gradually close in on me. You didn't want to hear this. You didn't want to see this. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have gone here. But before I can move and force my feet to take the first few steps to save myself, Zachary's voice Go back! Zachary's voice echoes from the room, deep and still rough with what's apparently sleep. Utterly clueless of what has just transpired only minutes ago. How I wish I can be as oblivious to it as him right now.
Hey, Ash.
Everything snaps back into place at that sound, and the veil lifts from my mind. All of my reasons for being here rushes back to me along with it. No longer held by that familiar bitter feeling slowly consuming my thoughts. But it's still there, coiled in a tight knot in my chest, simply waiting for another chance to unfurl itself.
How long have you been here?
Just came in a few seconds ago.
Lies.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you.
Figures. It's not a problem. You probably need to rest anyway.
You're the one talking. You look like shit.
I love Zachary, man. He's so precious.
So I've been told.
Seriously, how long have you been up?
18, 20 hours or so? It doesn't matter. I'll get some shot
Pathetic.
later. Where's Rebecca?
Funny how he remembers me now. Not a few moments ago, he's unknowingly taken that one little thing I hold dear and allowed the burden of his bloody sentiments to crush it. After all these years, I'm the one that's become the afterthought. But I take this mention of my name as my cue to compose myself and hide all of these somewhere safe, preferably somewhere no one else will find them. Just like how it has always been. Ultimately, this isn't what I came here for.
I sent her home early, but she'll be back too.
At the light rap, I give the door. Zachary breaks off at mid-sentence. The eyes were on me when I slide into the room, though their attention doesn't really stay. Soon the bag I carry catches their eye, both of them shooting me bewildered looks. Zachary, in particular, appears about to say something, but can't quite place how he'll articulate it. A swift glance at Ashton tells me the same thing, though the questions in his eyes comes off more passive, muted. I raise my hand at them before they can say something about it.
It's not mine.
The light mood changes as soon as I finished. They know. I don't have to spell it out for them. I don't think they want me to when that reality is just lying a few inches away from us. Either way, the atmosphere doesn't last. The world isn't done rendering my heart useless, as it turns out. Even Zachary, clueless as he is, gapes at me with a worried crease in his forehead. He has the right to be. The bitter tone my voice takes once the conversation turns elsewhere surprises me too.
No, I'll take it from here.
You don't have to do that. Zachary and I can handle this for a few days.
Both of you already had your turn with this. It wouldn't hurt to have another person helping out.
This isn't some sort of a competition, Ash. We're doing this because someone has to be here for her.
I'm not making this one. I just volunteered, didn't I?
Despite knowing Ashton only means well with his offer after hearing it directly from him, seeing him throw his affections around as if no one knows, it stings. It burns.
Don't you have an investigation to finish?
And Zach has freelance gigs in line for the next few days. You have students to teach. Don't push it, Becca.
Yet, when all is said and done, the only thing I do is beat the hasty retreat, while that green-eyed monster rages inside me.
All three of us have things to take care of on our own, but between us, it should be easier to find some time to...
Fine. Good.
This isn't the proper place for it. With my words too strange, too quiet, no amount of anger would get my own feelings across to him. 17 years and it never once did. What more now?
Do what you want.
It ends with 3 steps and a hastily shoved bag. In all honesty, I'm not entirely sure what I'm expecting will show on Ashton's face. Anger to match mine? Confusion maybe? Or perhaps regret? It certainly isn't the straight-faced one he has now. However, more than that, beyond the impassive mask he wears, in the passing minute I lock my gaze with him and I see it. And the glimpse of it, out of everything tonight, is what shatters all that remains of my restraints. I don't wait for him to say anything. Quickly I tear my eyes away from his, and march towards the door, ignoring the worried glances Zachary shoots my way. My heart may be far from fragile, but neither of them needs to see it break. The door closes with a soft click, but for a long moment I remain standing amidst the empty hallway, taking in the silence, listening for anything that dared break it, waiting for a hammer to finally fall or for the ground to swallow me whole. None of it happens, of course. And for the what's perhaps the 100th time in the span of a second, I'm left to recall what I saw in Ashton. It is not hearing the thoughtful, worried admission of his feelings that did it, nor seeing those unguarded, yearning glances he gave her, but facing the farewell look in his eyes, and who he has always seen past me, past the person who has always stood in front of him. I never had him in the first place.
I love him.
The words itself leave a bitter aftertaste in my mouth, despite wanting them to be heard for so long. Suddenly, at their mere utterance, the world goes too still, too bright, too sharp, too cold. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into my heart and settles there, replacing a warmth I no longer remember feeling. Distant, much like the only memories I have of this place. With nothing else to cling to, I run. Behind me, the door once again creaks open. and Zachary calls after me, cordial, friendly, and utterly unsuspecting. I ignore all of it. Because even after all this, he isn't the voice I wanted to hear. I make it out of the hospital in a flurry of steps, my mind abuzz with thoughts and emotions in turmoil. Ignoring the courteous smiles every staff member shoots my way, or the voice shouting after me. My footfalls hit hard against the pavement, each stride a stark refusal, each distance I put a continual denial. More than once a passing stranger would give me looks. Is it pity? Consternation? Scorn? Or dismay?
It doesn't matter now, does it?
All I hear are the voices inside my head, jeering, mocking, while the rest of the world blurs around me. I'm the one who has always been by his side. I'm the one who knew more about him than anyone. Why couldn't it have been me? But the universe doesn't have an answer for that, and neither does anyone. So I run. Until everything fades from my mind. Until my breathing goes labored. Until my legs buckle, feet catching on loose stone, and the world tilting sideways at long last. A yelp comes from my mouth, but the pain I'm expecting, hoping for, doesn't. When awareness returns to me, in a rush of sounds and colors, it isn't his hand that grips my arm, nor the sharp gleam usually in his eyes that I see. Far, a striking contrast. The one's softer, kinder. Though worry slightly mars his voice, there's nothing in it but genuine concern. Zachary's. It's always a wonder how they even became friends.
Easy there, ma'am.
He doesn't waste any time, not even to wait for some form of gratitude from me, and quickly pulls me to my feet. However, it isn't until he draws a handkerchief from his pocket and gingerly hands it to me that I glance up at him, searching for an explanation.
For your, face.
He makes a vague gesture around my cheeks, his movements small and a bit awkward before letting his arms fall and hang at his side, suddenly too afraid to point it out. He does not retract his hand offering the handkerchief, though merely giving me a sheepish shrug and another smile when I finally lift the hand to my cheek and it comes away wet. Oh, I cast him another look, wary, unsure, but all he has for me is the same accepting smile. There's a question behind it, but for a moment he holds off. With another indrawn breath, I take the offered cloth, if only to keep my hands occupied while I pull myself together.
Thanks.
No problem. Take your time if you want. And, I'll just be here. Pretending I didn't see anything and, take your time.
Zachary's polite enough to avert his gaze, and only when the last of the tears have been wiped away does he say anything.
You okay? The floor almost had you there.
Yeah, thanks again. Sorry about that.
The words ring hollow even in my ears, and I'm not certain either if they're meant to be an apology for all his troubles or for showing him this pathetic side of me. Nevertheless, he accepts them.
Nah, it is cool. Surprised me, though. Didn't think you could run that fast. But you don't look really well right now. Something happened?
No, nothing. Nothing important. I was just Just a little shaken, I think, from all that running. I'll be fine, Zachary.
Well, don't push yourself too hard, alright? I'm sure Bella will understand if you ever decide to take a break. Hell, she wouldn't want us fussing over like this. If you aren't feeling up to it, just say so. Let Ashton and I take over now. It ain't a big deal.
Oh, I'm sure Ashton would love that.
Regret follows the second the heated words leave my mouth, and the light mood inevitably shatters. As black as my mood might have been, Zachary doesn't deserve to receive the brunt of it. No one does. Even Ashton. Yet, all I see in my head right now is the image of him sitting inside that room, spilling his heart out unlike he ever did for me, wearing such sincerity I've never seen in him before. The concerned expression returns to Zachary's face, and with it are hundreds of questions he's been avoiding to ask. Under his honest scrutiny, I balk. I look away from it before he can see past this, and catch a glimpse of an ugly side of me. But considering how well I've handled this so far, I wouldn't be shocked if he already thinks less of me.
Rebecca, is everything really alright?
I bet he already knows the answer to that. Regardless of appearances, Zach can be quite as perceptive as Ashton. It's part of the reason they became friends in the first place. Frankly, I don't understand why he's making an effort to ask. For the sake of being polite, responding to that will only open a whole different can of worms. He should also know that. What a mess. The best thing to do now is to simply end this. I didn't mean that, or what do you even know? I feel like it'd be a bit mean if I said, what do you even know? So I'm gonna say I didn't mean that. Ooh. Hey. Regardless of his intentions, Zachary doesn't deserve to be caught in the same kind of chaos my mind is in right now.
I'm sorry, Zachary. I didn't mean that.
Smile. Bottle it up. Hide it away where other people can't judge, even if it leaves me wanting for a more explosive outburst. At least this way, there's no guilt apart from the one that I have to suffer myself.
I know you don't. You're actually scarier than that when you mean it.
Am I? Really?
Only a bit. A wee bit. Don't take that personally, please.
Just a tiny bit scarier, you know. Don't take it personally. I don't mean it.
I mean, you're a really nice person, but you also have to deal with Ash and Bella sometimes. That takes a lot of patience, especially Ash. And you're a teacher, so I guess...
Zachary?
Yes, ma'am?
You don't have to say anything to make me feel better about myself. I'm tougher than that.
Oh, well, I was just...
Besides, I've already heard most of those from Isabella. I'm used to it. Trust me.
Zachary's eyebrows are drawn together when I glance back at him, his mouth opening and closing in a weak attempt to answer my reassurance. This probably isn't where he wants to take this little talk, but the turn it took left him no other choice. Much like he found himself thrust into this position. Out of all people, he now has to be the one standing in the middle. To fix things, even when no such obligations have been handed to him. Bloody. He didn't need to follow me. But that's just how he is. This is an unintentional mistake on my part, too, yes. Though I still can't help but feel responsible. The best apology I can give him right now is a light pat to his arm. A bit half-hearted coming from me, but I do it still. It's not like I have any other thing left I can offer.
Look, Zachary. All of this, it's probably just the stress talking. Don't worry about me. We've all been on the edge since the news broke. I haven't even gotten a decent sleep since it started, and it still doesn't seem like things will be slowing down anytime soon. Maybe it's a good thing Ashton volunteered when he did. At least now we have a few hours to rest, yes? Take your own advice and go get a break yourself, okay?
I throw another smile at him, for good measure, but it falters the second my eyes meet his. It's that look again. The one too honest. If I hold it for a moment longer, I'll probably end up saying things I shouldn't. More than what I'm willing to disclose at the moment. Because despite wanting to get these feelings across, these are also ones I've harbored longer than any. If Ashton won't hear them, won't have them, then neither has the world any right to do so. Even though I literally just blurted it out in the hospital earlier. I am more than happy to cling to these if it'll keep the misery at bay. I've already done so before. It won't change a damn thing. So, without bothering with a goodbye, I walk away. Zachary doesn't stop me. Doesn't reach out a hand or call out my name. This is as far as he'll allow himself to cross. For all his concerns between the two of us, he's more familiar with this line we keep between us than I am. He won't intrude far from what those boundaries will allow. But when his voice rings out again above the din of traffic around us, in the last attempt to reach me, it does exactly what he's been reluctant to do.
Hey, Rebecca! About Ashton.
I stop and turn to look at him nevertheless. Even with half a mind to bolt, caught between the small urge to hide until this simply blows over in my own curiosity.
Frankly, I don't really understand what happened back there. I ain't gonna pretend I get the gist of it. I ain't sure if this'll help either, but look, he might be the smartest guy I know, but there are times when things go straight over his head. Way over his head.
No malice, no ill will in it. They're words not meant to hurt. Just another truth. Because apparently we've got heaps of those to throw around today.
So, I think you should talk to him, at least. You don't have to do it, of course. That's just my 2 cents. Ashton can be a bit dense. Sometimes things really work better if you just say it to him.
Zachary ends with a shrug. He as casually and nonchalant as he can manage. The nervous lines of his shoulders tell a different story, however. He wants to say more, but this is all what those metaphorical boundaries we keep will allow. What I will allow for now. In the end, he simply settles for a smile, reluctant, unwilling to leave things here, but with no expectations of it being returned. Whip, whip, whip. Rebecca was followed by a concerned Zachary after she stormed out of the room. He asked her to take her and Ashton's problems anywhere except in front of their comatose friend. Before leaving, Zachary advised her to just be straightforward with Ashton. He's the one who departs first seconds later, leaving the ghosts of what he said hanging over me. And perhaps it's exactly the fear of being left with these thoughts that leads me to be to the cafe instead. Less time to think about these as long as I'm moving and in the company of other people. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people. That's the reason Isabella and I rarely ever go during the evenings. It's simply too much of a hassle when we can prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our own homes. And there really isn't much reason to eat out lately. What with life going on a busy streak? No time for long lines. Better spend that doing something productive, yes?
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only few people are idling around the counter. 4 of them, in fact. A woman in her 60s, a teenager busy on his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. The other 2, a posh-looking man and a child, who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked anything they want. For some reason, my stare lingers at the guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone new to the neighborhood, perhaps? Even so, there's something familiar in him. Feels like I've seen him somewhere before. That also begs the question of why Kylie is with him. Of course, the girl easily takes a liking to anyone who buys his sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde bloke doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though. I turn my eyes away from them as soon enough once the guy at the counter appears, ready to take my order. That, and I'd also hate to be accused for ogling strangers.
Irish stew. Just for one person.
He quickly raises an eyebrow at that, while I swiftly avert my eyes down to my hands, although I don't miss the consoling look he gives me. I rarely visit here alone, if I can help it. Often, it's always with Isabella. She can be a bad influence sometimes. But that's precisely why this guy has known us long enough that if I ever drop by here alone, he already has a number of ideas why. Doubtless, he already heard what's happened in the news. No need to bring it up in something as casual as ordering food. There's proper time and place for grief and empty sympathies. He gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order, while I fish for my wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave? I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
Their parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle. Now come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. I don't care. What I would give for someone to buy you off my hands right now.
Oh, Luke, you're such a bitch. I forgot that you're such a dick face, man. Holy crap. Wait, I remember why I hate Luke. Yes, what a bitch. Hang on, let me just adjust my feet really quick. I can't really adjust it as easily with my blanket wrapped around my motherfucking waist. Okay. I am a bit more comfortable now. Although my other foot is a bit more... it feels a bit more drafty than my right foot, but it's okay. What? My whole attention instantly snaps back to them and their conversation. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of, especially when all I have are baseless assumptions, but you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one around the cafe seems to have noticed his words either. Very suspicious words. Still, I don't move. yet. But my hands has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. A hardbound textbook. Looks harmless, but if the situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly weapon. Might. I haven't gotten the chance to try it anyway, so far. Today could be the day.
But you promised.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about a Bonifay pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding. I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise. I want to go home. I miss my mom.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one. The quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
Oh, that's it! No hesitation. A few paces, he's within my reach, and without warning, I slam the flat area of the book against his skull. There's a cry of pain followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the sore spot. Almost comically, if this were a different situation, the safety of the St. Gority student isn't at stake. I'll probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast her expression changed from a pouting one earlier to something of utter delight upon seeing me. But there's no time for any pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens and I ready my favorite newly found weapon for another hit. Except this time, he's ready, and before I can land another, he shoots up and catches my wrist with a firm hold. And that look on his face.
Bloody hell, woman, what's your problem?
To say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. Had I been a weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under that sharp gaze. But that simply isn't how I roll. If he thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here, just because I'm a woman or whatever his reason may be, he's got another thing coming. So instead I return to him with the same intensity, with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town. What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be. Now, release me or I'll call the police.
You think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
I love that his name is constantly changing according to what Rose is Rose? No, wait, what the fuck's her name? Rebecca. Why did I call her Rose? It's because of her fucking shirt. I love Luke's name is changing according to Rebecca's preconceived notion of him. His grip on my hand only tightens as I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes say it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this asshole. If he thinks I'm going to give in to his goading, please, he might as well be kissing his sorry behind. In fact, why not do the most sensible thing right now? Teach him a tough lesson. Hit him where it hurts! Yes, he deserves it.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
A fair warning. Fairer than any I can offer for the people of his kind. And I'm already being considerate. Hell, this arsehole doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what? Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth. A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even be saying.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy.
Blech! Oh God, God, I remembered I didn't particularly like Luke that much last time I was playing this game, and he's reminding me every second of the minute why. Keep in mind, he's saying these things as a married man. I don't know if any of you remembered. He's fucking married. He's married.
FYI, I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm.
You're such a creepazoid, you know? You're such a creepazoid, Luke.
Why don't you?
5.
A second of silence. Then, without a preamble, my legs move in one fluid motion and delivers a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions. Nevertheless, needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold on me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see tears forming at the corner of his eyes, too, though the mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever procreating remains to be known. But a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. We have no need for more of him in this world.
You mad woman!
I warned you, you ass!
Why, this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
It's harassment. Harassment.
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Oh, she didn't do anything until you said certain key words, my friend.
Oh? You don't think a stranger, luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
I love that sometimes she says asshole, but then sometimes she says arsehole. Okay. Can we give me a second? I need to adjust my blanket again because my feet are freezing. My feetsies, man. My feetsies. Okay. It's a bit better. I can't say it's the best thing in the world, but I can't really do anything about it. Let me shimmy closer. Let me shimmy closer to you guys. Hey, how you doing? Okay.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here. I'll have you know, I have a wife.
Bro, you said really vulgar and gross things while she is really close up to your face, and you have the audacity to say, I'll have you know, I have a wife! What the actual fuck, Luke? That much, at least, appears to have a sliver of truth to it. He even makes a show of brandishing his left hand to my face with much a flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, though all that earns him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately a small part of me starts to feel sorry for whatever poor woman married this sod. Continue to feel sorry for her because it's Hannah. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problem. She must truly be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
Jesus. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put socks on. It's too cold. It is too cold. My blanket's not helping. I'm getting socks. You guys can't stop me. I'm getting sucksy. Good, get the thick ankle ones. Ugh, they're cold. I'm not surprised that they're cold. Oh, jeez. Oh, gross. Also, it is now technically the 20th, so I'm going to open another door of my advent calendar to grab another chocolate. And I think I deserve it. Don't you? Good, I'm glad you guys agree. Oh, what's the date today? It's the 20th. I love that I said it's the 20th and I still have to check the calendar. See what date it was. Not the calendar, my PC. Sorry. Hold on, I dropped a couple things, shimmying my chair backwards and forwards. Backwards, forwards. Hey. Oh, that's so good. Hang on. Actually, don't understand why it's like that. Oh, you fuck. Okay. Hi, there we go. Much better. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Ooh. No! I did not. Oh god, I need to be more careful. I squished my cable under my thing. Okay. So today is the 20th. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's no 25. That's a bit sad. That's a-okay for me. I was gonna say, it's a-okay for me because I'll just have the massive, like...
Married or not, you're still a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
I was gonna say something. Hi, Sharky. Hi, how you doing? There's no 25, so I was gonna say, like, I could have the giant big off, like, chocolate that I got, like the chocolate bar. But I already ate that. I ate that yesterday. The gingerbread man. Oh, how cute. Okay.
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my teal?
It's Tio. Her Tio? Bro, she didn't say that. You good? Oh, I'm good. I'm doing alright. Let me just completely eat just chocolate. Yum yum. Oh, I love chocolate, man. Whatever words... Hang on. Whatever words still left to be said here dies on my tongue. Same thing goes for the sleaze. Beside us stands Kylie, gawking at us with the same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well. A precocious child through and through. She doesn't say anything further. Her gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both, carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience, when it gets like this, with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you've given them an answer they're satisfied with. Lying won't do either. Lying won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And did she just say her Tio? Something falls straight into the pit of my stomach at that. But my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension and what might have been the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly ignored the latter. It can very well be just hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know This oaf?
Yeah, he's Tio Luke.
Right at that moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against this man beside me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, only one memory gets triggered, from a few days ago.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one and the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. Because if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I said earlier come out of my mouth.
He's my Tio Luke. Gazillionaire extraordinaire, am I? No, the fairy godfather.
You gotta be kidding, right? Child. He made it sound like he was kidnapping you. What do you mean?
Oh, he's your godfather. That's nice.
The one and only. Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart.
Ugh.
I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever it is that landed at the bottom of my stomach prior has shot straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it slowly spread to my cheeks, coloring my face and in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole here and now. His eyes are on me. I can feel them, jeering, mocking. I can't bring myself to look at him. What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know. I can hear the sneer in his tone alone when he talks. He has that smug grin on him, which I may or may not want to punch off his face at present, just for the hell of it. But damage control? I need to do some damage control before this whole thing goes south. Ooh, I really don't want to apologize to Luke. I don't particularly like him. I will apologize to Kylie. Of course, an apology is the most appropriate thing to say. Yeah, let's go. But no matter how much I will myself to do it, my own body refuses to budge. My own mouth refuses to open, and my head rejects the very idea of looking at him. No apology for an arsehole. Not to someone with an ego too big for his head. Let his pride suffer. I'm not going to eat my words for the sake of stroking his damn ego, less reason for him to gloat. Kylie, however, I owe an explanation.
Don't worry, Kylie. I'm not fighting with your Tio. This is just, a discussion. A very serious discussion between a very mature adult and one that's not.
I love that. She's like, one that is not.
Really? But I've never seen Tio angry before.
It's because he's losing the argument.
God, I love that.
But don't ever follow his example, Kylie. You should always learn to be patient, even if things aren't going your way.
Oh
okay?
God, it's too cold in my room right now. My nose. It's colder here than in my other room, and that's saying something, because this house is a modern house compared to the other house.
Oh sure, a discussion. And it involves hitting random strangers you meet at a cafe with a book. A hard-bound book. Mind you, the little me hasn't recovered yet.
Good, I hope it stays that way, bitch.
If my future generation never survives from this, we are going to have more than words, woman!
I hope they don't, you know. Hannah deserves way better than you, bitch. I don't allow Kylie to hear his tirade and cover both her ears with my hands. As fond as she is of this man, those are words he shouldn't be saying in front of a child. How can he not know about that? More importantly, how on earth did someone like him become a godfather? Who allowed it? Maybe I should talk to Mrs. Suarez about it, warning her how he's not a good influence for her children.
Language! How can you use such crude words in front of her? Your goddaughter can hear you, for heaven's sake.
Oh, and you didn't. If I remember everything correctly, you called me a rotten beau.
So you're going to repeat it in front of her, just to make a point? What, are you 5? Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
Even Isabella, I can say what with much certainty. I can say that with much certainty.
Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
See what I mean?
Are you fighting again?
Oh, no. Like I said, we were just having a discussion. We're actually done now. But you need to promise Miss Pink you will never grow up like this guy. Good kids don't do what he's doing.
But I like Tio.
And I'm quite sure Tio likes you too. But liking people is different. Just because you like him doesn't mean you have to be like him. There are better role models for you aside from him.
Like you?
Not exactly what I'm trying to get at. But if that's what you want, I don't see why not.
Okay, I want to be like Miss Pink someday. I want to be a teacher, and I promise I won't be like Tio, even if he's a gazillionaire.
Man, I love Kylie, but she's also a creepy child. I don't know if you guys remember. I remember it very distinctly. Back in one of our previous episodes, where we were playing as Zachary, she turned into a monster child. I don't know if no, it wasn't Zachary. It was Marianne. We were playing Marianne.
Wow. Turning my own goddaughter against me.
I don't think you deserve her as a goddaughter in the first place, Luke. But maybe because of how you are, you deserve a haunted goddaughter. You should, stay with her, actually. You might die early.
How mature of you, Miss Pink.
His tone makes me pause. For the first time since this talk started, I looked at him. Briefly, something flashes behind his eyes. Something close to what might be an expectation falling? Dismay? I can't be sure. It passes almost as soon as it appears. What's that about? Does he actually like having Kylie around? It doesn't seem like it from the get-go. But if that fond smile on him is anything to judge by, then maybe?
Don't worry, Tio. If you buy me bread pudding tonight, I'll like you again.
Oh, if that's all it takes, consider it done, sweetheart.
Bruh.
We might have to find another place to buy it from, though. Somewhere safe, where a random crazy woman isn't going to attack us out of the blue. Let's go.
Okay, bye, Miss Pink. I still like you, just not more than Tio anymore. See you.
Kylie's already pulling him to the cafe's exit before I can protest on anything. Although, it's not like there's anything to object on further. I may view that man, Luke, as someone hateful, maybe to the point of seeing him as an eyesore. But I don't think that'll have any bearing on what the child thinks of him. What do you think about that? When you think about it, if she admires him so much like that, then maybe there's still something agreeable in him. Don't. He's not agreeable at all. He's a disgusting, cheating sleazebag. Ew. Excuse me. The reason why I said that is because when we played Hannah, just at the end of Hannah's episode, it turns out that Luke might have been cheating on her with someone else and got this said woman pregnant. And I believe it was like the chief of police or something. I can't quite remember. It was a while ago. A part of him only Kylie sees. He still has the gall to wink at me before they both disappear behind the door, so maybe not. He winked! He winked at us! Ugh. However, there's no moments to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally, I return it simply for the sake of returning it, or I don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. for the time being, I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know on a personal level, it feels like a reassurance, despite bearing no promises of better days. I think what little I can of it with me. I take what little I can of it with me as I step into the night. Whoop. Whoop whoop, new journal is entered. Whoop whoop, new journal entry. Oh my god, that's so great. I wish they showed us this scene. That would have been beautiful. While lining up to buy dinner, Rebecca saw Kylie Suarez with a suspicious man, assuming it was a kidnapping. Rebecca elected to take the matters in her own hands, only to find out that the man was the girl's godfather, Luke Wright. An embarrassed Rebecca apologized afterwards. I don't think she should have. A cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out of the cafe. Why did I turn Australian? I just turned Australian. Let me just stay with this accent, yeah, until I hear hers. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of sky spreads out before me. Isabella once told... I'm joking. I can't do it. I'm gonna fucking reel. God, I'm gonna fucking Isabella once told me that the best place to view it is someplace outside the city, away from the noise and obtrusive lights. She'd seen it once in her mum's hometown, and another time in the university she used to attend. Then she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime. I agreed with her at the time, if only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton, and we will take a short break because ads are adding. I love this song.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding.
Greetings. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. Next one. Story updated. Ooh. We never got around it before. Now we've lost that chance altogether. Even so, I find myself enjoying this despite being told that it's only half the experience. Little things, you know? Stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. Because at certain times, you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talents to ruin the mood and the scene with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me. But the fleeting moment we pass each other by gives me a brief glance of the people he's with. Kylie's sitting in the back seat with the serving of bread pudding in her hands, and beside him, it must be his wife. He takes a turn and disappears at the nearest corner. That is not Hannah, everybody. That is, in fact, not the beautiful blonde lady that he is married to. That is the ghost bitch. But throughout the night, the cursory glimpses of all things to bother me has left me wondering what kind of person his wife is. And more than that, is the silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche again. The brief lull the past 2 days has offered is nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get while we're playing the long waiting game teetering between sheer optimism and despair. Her aunt's arrival this morning has dampened the edge to that somewhat, though only by some. The uncertainty's still there. An unspoken, thorough, and brief time we talked, simply hanging stifling above our heads. Having another person with us helps. However, I can tell that some doubts have crossed her mind, and the second she saw her in that room, Ashton himself doesn't look too hopeful when he left a night ago. It was a wordless exchange, partly sullied by my lingering anger and his exhaustion, but has left a sullen atmosphere in the room nonetheless.
Like an ugly premonition.
And as expected, just as things started to settle, a steady rhythm finally worms its way back into my routine. Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. With little ceremony, though still enough to ripple through everything. In retrospect, I should have seen this coming. Le Bros is a small city, relatively speaking, compared to, say, London or Glasgow. It's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing on a busy street. And if you pay close enough attention, the faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How unfortunate that out of that number it has to be Theo fucking Luke I encounter once, more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course. I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble, but darling wife insisted. Who am I to say no?
Ah, are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see upon turning in the hall, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridor for the primary's career day. It's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. However, it's his countenance that draws people's eyes to him. The manner he carries himself and with all the confidence in the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. I'm willing to make a bet he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women.
What an ass.
A single glance at him and I know immediately that one way or another if we are ever to bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. He also exudes that air, the sort that makes you want to run him over with a lorry and pass it off as an unfortunate accident. For those of you who don't know, a lorry is a truck. With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I'll gladly do the honor of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. Now I'm stuck having to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have volunteered.
At the time, helping out sounded like a good idea. I've no classes left today until after lunch. I could have opted to stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, but that means being left alone with our department head, and he is a chatter. And his chatter. He's a good man, but servants. He can talk anyone's ear off. So, the moment an opportunity rose, I jumps on it. It's a simple task to boot. Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event. Maybe stay around to assist for the time, if time will allow it. I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through our deputy's impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I'd hate to lug this for a trip back because my pride can't take another second of interaction with the guy. He's insufferable, all right, but I've had my fair share of dealings with teens of more or less the same temperament, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. If he wants to be difficult like last time, so be it, and he can bet his sorry English arse I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I braced myself and sucked in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I had as I stepped into the hole. My grip on the box tightens as I pull it closer to me in an attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff piled on top. But if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll definitely make my life easier. Seriously, how hard can it be? He's standing a few ways from the door, and there are plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand in the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew
The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the items stacking on top of the box, tilting dangerously to the sides. With the child's added weight to my waist pinning me to the spot and both my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between slows as everything gradually slides from the box's small surface. Hello, how's it going? It's going good. Welcome in, Blitz Realm. I think my chair just caught my hair, though. Yep, it did. I think it just pulled out a strand. That actually kind of hurt. Anyways, it's going good. It's going good. We've seen the ghost once today. I wonder if I can find the log for it. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I'll show you later. If you're sticking around, that is. I hope you will. We have fun here. Under different circumstances, this would have made for a funny story some other time. Comical, even, until another set of hands reaches out and steadies the posters, threatening to take a nosedive right to the floor. It's late, but I like your voice, so go for it. Well, thank you. I'm not gonna be in my normal voice for most of this since I'm reading out for another character, but thank you. I do appreciate that.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
My entire body freezes. Upon hearing his voice alone, an irrational impulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burden off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise, then confusion. It is in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tug the box closer to me before he could fully lift it off.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you?
You are a bitch-ass motherfucker if I've ever seen one, bro. I hate this, man. I hate that we have to play him at one point. Oh, God, the thought of it. I thank God he's the last, but I hate that he's the last.
Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? Ugh, so much for being a center of academic excellence.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help. Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Oh, thank God. You know what? If I saw Luke as well and I've interacted with him, if I saw him from a distance, I would probably also pull a face.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
I fucking hate that he calls her Daisy. Ugh.
Oh, you have no idea.
He gives people nicknames and I hate it. He gives women nicknames. I hate it so much.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact. Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Keeping my voice level thoroughly as I cannot read. Keeping my voice level throughout is a miracle in itself. But regardless of how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. Did what I've just said merely fly over his head? Were my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. I think he might be a little touched in the head. I'd like to ask him that actually, but Kylie chose that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him. My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone. Tio says it's called for
Confidential, Munchkin.
That's right. Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
I wish he was smart enough to leave. I'm still of the opinion that he's a piece of shite, but I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious as always. A smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling in my stomach with how tightly she's wound her arms around it.
I'm sure he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but
You heard the kid.
Oh my god. Every time.
no one's asking you.
Oh, you wound me, woman.
You wound me, woman. You wound your wife!
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that. Shall we give it a try? Again?
Oh, I would love to. Wait, Rebecca, this is the only time I agree with you. Can we please? I want to do it again. For context, earlier, we kicked him in the nuts. We socked him in the nuts. He pales, stammers for a bit until he ultimately decides against saying anything and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks to the last time we met. His composure, when he finally regains some of his bearings, says it all. And it's nothing short of hilarious, if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy.
You're looking a little flushed there, Luke. Are you sure about that?
Not in a million years, not ever.
Are you sure about that? I'm sure your future childrens could say otherwise.
You're assuming it's a threat. How cute.
That too. I'm not scared of you. Just because you landed a hit.
Uh-huh. Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
It was a fluke, you hear?
Oh, he's so embarrassed. Oh, he's so embarrassed.
I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent.
Oh, where? I would love to feel. Maybe I can make it bigger.
If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
I love that I called Luxburn LeBron because I forgot how it's pronounced. I don't know. I just went LeBron. Yes, it returns. Okay, Alcatraz, you missed it. We saw the ghost a little earlier. I didn't scream though because it wasn't a jump scare.
You don't say.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches it out of my hands before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it now. My prior irritation has already melted into amusement. He's not so bad once you figure out how his temper works. It's also similar to a child. Though I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here? He's unusually nice today.
A far-fetched idea, I know, but it is the only reason I can think of why this arsehole is suddenly acting like a decent human he's, quite frankly, far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent in his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting friendly 2 days later?
He always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much.
I'm guessing from the language this was made in the UK. I'm not really sure. The voice actors are definitely probably UK based. But let me take a look at that for you, right? So it is Let's see, Yang Yang Mobile. They're actually from the Philippines. But I assume that this was more of a game for... This was more of a game based in somewhere in the UK, so they gave English like British slang and such into it. But the company that made it is actually from the Philippines. But I assume that most of the language is inspired by like British saying, because Rebecca, the character we're playing right now, she did have a mention of London and Glasgow earlier. So I assume this is like a small little city outside of London. I don't know, maybe outside of Glasgow even.
I think you're gonna be great friends.
No, Kylie, we're not gonna be friends. You sound British too. I'm only putting on the accent. I don't usually sound very British. But I do live in the UK. Been here 10 years, in fact. I don't often sound very British. You can only really hear it in certain words sometimes. But I don't often get your sound British. I'm also always get US. Yeah, that's the one. There you go. You can hear it in some words that I sound British, but it's very very the Americanized accent, I think I have. Only ones of my kind can tell where I'm from. You're British? Ooh. One from the UK. Why are you still awake? But don't leave. Don't leave just because I said that. You in London, I'm guessing? No, I'm not, actually. I'm studying in Surrey, but currently I'm in Somerset. Yeah. I'm not really in London, no. I don't think I've ever been in London to stay for very long term. My sister is, though. I quickly stomp on that urge to groan loudly or gag at that. He's the last person I'd ever want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I mean, people in the UK has a lot of accents. You have the northern, you have southern, you get Somerset accents, you get people from Manchester. I think Liverpool has an accent too, right?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning.
Oh, jelly babies! I fucking love jelly babies.
Really brought me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up.
Oh my god, I should put like a giant bag of jelly babies on my throne. For such a small place, there's so many accents. There are, for sure, definitely. Oh yeah, you also have Scottish. I just butchered that, I'm so sorry. You have a Scottish accent as well. Although, yeah. Never lived in Somerset, but lived years in Exeter, Devon. Oh, yeah, those are nice places. The Devon is quite a nice place.
He likes the black ones.
He likes the black ones. Well, if Luke is anything, he's not racist. He may be a womanizing bastard, but at least he's not racist. And a lot of the times on forum also, which... Oh. I don't think I've ever heard of that place before. Oh, it's a very small town, isn't it? It looks kind of small, but to be honest, it probably isn't that small. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? That's not that far away from Bridgewater. Oh my god, it's really close to Glastonbury and Wells. Jeez. Oh, it's just south of Bath. It'd be like an hour's drive tops to it. Yeah. Small and historic? Yeah, it looks pretty small. Yeah, it looks pretty close. It'll probably be like an hour's drive to it, give or take, from where I am. Anyways.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
I love jelly babies. It's too bad I have to like eat less sweets now, because I think my enamel on my teeth, my molars specifically on the left side, is a bit compromised. Not great, but I'm going to find jelly babies on Throne right now. Jelly babies. Oh, it's a 400-gram bag. Wait, no, is there anything bigger? We got a 400 grams. We've got a mixed bag, but I want just the jelly babies. We got a kilo. A kilo. We got 3 kilos. There's a 3-kilo bag. Devonshire? Devonshire? What are jelly babies? Are those gummy bears? No, they're not like gummy bears. They're like jelly encased in like a hard kind of, not super hard, it's like soft hard candy, and then it's powdered. Oh, Worcester. What fucking hell, I hate that. I fucking hate that. I'm not even gonna try. There's a 3-kilo bag. It's in stock. It's for $16. I'm gonna put that in my, I'll put it in my throne. Life things, yes. I don't have a thing for food. I'm gonna enable crowdfunding, even though it's not really necessary. It's like $16, but I don't care. Similar but different. I don't know. Oh, the pumpkin plushie. I just stopped looking at Throne. British sweets or candy for Phantom's benefit. It's sweets. What do you mean? I call it sweets. Worcestershire. Yeah. No. I like jelly babies. Jelly babies are nice. I like going, you know what? That's like the one candy I go to find when I go to Little's or something. I'll just go get some jelly babies. He could have done everyone a favor and choked on them while he was at it.
Do you want some? I've got more.
Hell yes, Kylie, I would love some.
I couldn't find Melody or Takanko this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
No, I'm not really very fond of them.
Shut up,
I was
Rebecca.
just asking.
Shut up, Rebecca. I want some. Give me some, Kylie. Rebecca won't want some, but I would love some. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Is that Worcestershire?
Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire? Devonshire. Devonshire. Why do you want me to say these words? Or is it Devonshire? Okay, is it Worcestershire? Is it the Shire part or the Shire part? Is that what it is? Oh fuck! I died. They're not Shire, Shire? Is it Shire? I'm not American! I'm Asian! Bro, misconception here? I'm Asian. I am not American. I am Asian. I clicked on the logbook for a reason. An unexpected pang hits me at her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole truck of memories from childhood. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, the number of days coming home to an empty house, growing with each passing year. But you sound American. Well, you know what's funny about that? I've never been to America. I've never been. To this day, I've never been to America. To this day, I've never been. Funny, right? I'm from Malaysia. I am a wolf of the Malaysian islands. Nights spent with dinners alone, their passing year. And sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the dull ache is still there. Familiar, though lessened by the years now. Beside me, Kylie takes a step back, having gotten tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her. She doesn't seem too affected by it, in fact. You learn how to say words. You want to learn how to say the word watch Shrek. Wait, seriously? Did they actually say the word in Shrek? Worcester? Wait. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I think I went past it. Worcestershire. I feel like I'm just killing myself over here. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh my god! I literally have Google open. Worcestershire. Why are there silent fucking letters? Why? That's not how it sounds, surely. You were close before. Just type in... Oh, okay. Oh my god, the castle! I forgot that the call. Why does he say it like Worcestershire? Worcestershire? He says it Worcestershire. Is that how you're supposed to say it? Not Worcestershire, it's Worcestershire. Why do they say it like that? Why is it spelled so complicated? I love that Donkey's like the sauce? Worcestershire. I fucking hate that word. To this day. I never liked that word. Anyways. Although, it makes me wonder how much of it is real. And how much is there to mask the loneliness, if there even is one? Why? 'Cause you can't? Well, it's not 'cause I can't. I just don't like words that don't look the way it's supposed to sound. What a lucky kid.
Weren't they informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. My mom was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped. They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
Hey, a voice actor should be able to. I try, man.
You always are.
But every time I see a word like that, I'm just like, I don't want to fucking say it. Bro, I don't want to say it. Unless there's somebody, like, with me to tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced, I don't want to fucking say it, bro. I advise you to never dip into French. There are many words that look so different than how they sound. So, well, that's a given. It's French. I feel like the only words that I very comfortably say is like that I comfortably look at and will comfortably say is bonjour, merci, baguette, and croissant.
But they asked that douche, they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
I love that I can like say some chamber lines and some of them are in French and I'm just over here like I can't look at the words. If the thing is, if I know how to say it without looking at it, I'll be fine, right? I'll be fine. Worcestershire? Yeah, if I don't think about it, then I can say it. But if I have to think about it, I cannot say it. If I have to look at the word and I have to think about it, I can't fucking say it. I know I can say it. Exactly. If I'm not looking at it and I don't have to think about it, I can say it. It's when I'm looking at it, I'm trying to read it, I can't do it. I can't do it when I'm looking at it. It stresses me out because I'm dyslexic.
Nope, they didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today.
Oh yeah, Hannah got sick.
Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping. That's unfair. Don't
Do you
think
speak
so, Miss
Malaysian?
Pink?
You sound like...
Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick.
Do you speak Malaysian? You sound like you were educated in international school, hence you were... my childhood was spent in Malaysia up until I was 11, where I moved to China for 2 years, and then I moved here, and I've been here since. As for Malaysian, actually it's Malay or Bahasa Melayu. I don't speak much of that. I can only say like some words. Like saya makan nasi, which is I eat rice, or tandas, which is toilet. some very important words, right? But you can also be like speaking in Mandarin or Cantonese or Hokkien in Malaysia. There's like a variety of languages, and then there's some parts of Malaysia where I think you can just speak Indonesian, which is which is similar to Malay, but it's like got certain words are put in different places. The words is the mental exercise of rubbing your stomach in a circle. Yeah, exactly. I just can't do it. But also like Malay, right? Malay and Chinese and then Japanese and any of the languages that I can feasibly speak. All of it is spelt the way it sounds. So when I look at English and some words are just not correct when I look at it, I'm just like, why? Why is that the thing? Why is that the thing? That's just there to stress me out. My dyslexic brain just can't handle it. Stop. That's why I like doing these particular streams. May I help you, Malady? Oh, very funny, very funny, very funny. Just ha! It's so funny. Such a funny joke. No. No, it's why I like doing streams with interactive novels or ones that I have to read, because it helps me a little bit with words when I look at it. It stresses me out a little less. Doesn't mean it doesn't stress me out at all though. Thought you would have cringed. I did a little bit. Not enough though. Things you say, Alcatraz, are not that cringe. Yeah, well, what can you do? What can you do? Languages be languages, right? At least you don't have to. At least I don't have to learn Russian, right? The only word I know in Russian is babushka. And that's only because of Valkyrie. Because that one Among Us episode. I'm not cringe, that's a surprise. Yeah. I feel like it takes a lot for me to cringe. Or at least it takes a little bit of something to make me cringe. It has to be very specific.
It's still okay though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home.
It's all gonna go to your size, Kylie.
I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large. Don't doubt the Kako, okay?
Listening to her like this, it's easy to get the picture of where Kylie's fondness for the guy comes from. Well, yeah, we are generally quite cringe ourselves. She's far from a demanding child unless you made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone wherever she is. Buy her a few things and voila! You're settled. No wonder she's so attached to the man. That douche probably showers her with gifts whenever he can. I can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem the type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. Classic techniques. Like this, okay? I fucking hate the word techniques, right? Because when I look at it, I want to say techniques. But it's techniques, because the Q is kind of silent, right? It just gives that eh. It's not like I fucking hate English,
But
bro.
before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather. Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome.
No, don't grow up like you. What's EN VTuber? That means English VTuber. Because, you know, there's Japanese VTubers out there. And now there are, like, some VTubers of different languages. The EN or whatever is in front of VTuber just means what language we speak. Although some VTubers will just have English in the tag. Which I do have. But, I decided to put EN VTuber in front of mine as well. It's just like how you have JP VTubers. It just means Japanese VTubers. And then CN VTubers, Chinese VTubers. The more you know.
Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
I wish you were a bit more like your Tia and not like your T.O. There is some sort of misguided logic in there that I'd like to correct. But before I can say my piece, douchebag steps in, fresh out of the commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety of a wrecking ball has. No shites given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I don't?
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Tia married you.
Oh my god. Oh god. He burned himself without burning himself, because Kylie just fucking burned him, bro. Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preference, and the moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically. But it's not the same thing.
A frown creases the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tio's rather vague explanation. It's not surprising either when Luke tenses under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. Yeah, exactly. But the problem is, as a voice actor, you have to read scripts, right? You actually have to look at the words. I have to look at the words to be able to act the words, right? I need to see the words. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before. On Ashton, whenever he's trying to say something but can't quite phrase. He can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both his hands on either sides of her shoulders. Thank you so much for the follow, Blitz. I really do appreciate that. Blitz. A kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute there's a smile on his face I can't place. Tender, by all means, for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd. Well, how dyslexic are you? Do the words do a little wriggle, or No, they actually don't. Surprisingly enough, they don't do all of that. I don't need a reading ruler to read the words. I just need to know where I am. But it does take me a while to read words. How dyslexic is you? Yeah. Look. Look, okay? It's how I type. So I read people's typing as my own typing. I like to say how is you instead of how are you. Okay, don't mock me. Don't mock me, bitch. How dare you? No, it just takes me a lot longer to read some words, especially if the words are longer. It tends to take me some time. I can read very complicated words because obviously I came from a science background where I took biology and whatnot, but it's still very difficult for me to look at words and read them out loud because I read them in my head most of the time. BDPQ? BDPQ. Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia was already a great person before she met me.
She would have been better if she never met you.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Oh, Kylie, that's mean. Hannah's doing her best.
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
If I recall correctly, Hannah used to be an accountant before she married Luke. And then she had to stop doing her work because Luke was like, I want to be the one making the money.
Oh, like millions?
No, gazillions. And she's really, really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything that had to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like reading out loud for you. Okay. That's why I like reading out loud to you guys with these games and actually doing our reading streams, because it means it gives me the opportunity to actually read out loud words that I'm looking at. It just helps me better read a script, you know?
That was even before she met me, too.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Bro, he sounds so melancholic when he said that. Why weren't you like that when you're talking to Hannah?
Oh, leagues, Munchkin.
Way, way better than I'll ever be.
Bro, you can't sound guilty being a womanizer the way you are, okay, you son of a bitch. I'm not going to pity you just because you said it like that. For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. In fact, if I had not been paying attention, I wouldn't have noticed the change in him. The slight shift in his smile. From one that's tender to something wistful. Like remembering a memory he has always been fond of, but has often kept to himself. And that, at that fleeting glance of it, a tiny, insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
I love that he's just calling himself good for nothing.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
Another silence from him. Then, without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder. In a gesture to end their conversation right here and there. Probably before he can say other things he's never intended to say or a child is not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
Alright! But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
She soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in mood around her. Luke straightens as soon as she's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now, and now that there is no one to reassure. Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clear in his eyes. Although it's less threatening now, considering what I've witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impression of someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Why did you deliver it like that?
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
Putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask. What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
I am not daft, Daisy.
I'm not daft, Daisy.
It's on your face for all the world to see. Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh. More to delay than to express any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. He's childish enough for that, even if what I'm about to say is just mere honesty, honest observation. You're good at handling her? You really think like that? I feel like I'm gonna go with you really think like that. You really think like that?
You really think that?
Yes, just go more into the negative. I don't want to have any relationship with this dude. Not in any sense of the, oh, thanks for smacking me with a fish. Thanks for the posture check and the stretch. I don't really have much space to stretch. Thank you for the hair pants. Thank you, thank you. Let me hydrate with my giant ass butter. Oh yeah, I can save. I'll save. Yeah, why not? Ah, God, my head hurts. Suddenly, my head hurts from doing all the things you asked me to do. It's an honest question, but no matter how much I turn it around inside my head, the gap between the man standing in front of me and the idea I have of him just won't connect. Not that the gesture will go a long way with him. Something in his demeanor tells me he's definitely not the kind of man who readily accepts such when they are given to him. Yeah, no, oh God, Jesus, I think I did something wrong, because my head suddenly hurts. Oh, fuck. And my chair is pulling my hair again. Stop it, bitch. Stop it! Oh my God! Stop pulling my hair. Rather, he feels entitled to it from the get-go. So long as you're standing in front of him, he expects it to be there. Demands for it when he cannot see it in you. Chair's getting kinky. Stop. And after all those insults we've hurled at each other, I don't think it'll matter much to him if I point out the ugly truths and brandish it on his face. As expected, it doesn't throw him off in the least, and he merely raises a question, his questioning brow at me.
About what?
About what you told Kylie. And don't you think she's a bit too young for that kind of talk?
Kylie's 6, Daisy, not an infant who still needs help changing her nappy. At her age, she can already handle more than that. Besides, it's better to nip this whole thing at the bud. You know, before she starts thinking that a man's ego defines her self-worth. I certainly don't need someone else to define me. Why should any godchild of mine do? So, do I really think that? Yes. Yes, very much so. Why shouldn't I?
Well, no, it's not that. It's the problem is that I don't have that much space to stretch because I have confined myself to this little space where I'm very much sitting up straight because I have actual back support. And my mic is right in front of my face, so I can't exactly move forward. And I can't move forward anyways because there's like maybe 2 centimeters between the edge of my table and my chair and my armrests. If I move back, I'm gonna fucking ruin whatever I set up for my screen behind me. Stop! No! Don't put me in a box! No! Stop it. Enough of your insolence, actress. How dare you?
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. You just didn't seem the type to me.
I've intended to end the conversation right there and simply go my way. I no longer have any business here, and our deputy principal's stories sound more enticing the longer I stand here.
Egg.
How dare you? How dare you egg me, bitch? With the manner Luke's almost ranting, I have a feeling this won't end if I say more. Though, thinking about it, I should have left the second he has taken the box from me. Naturally, he doesn't get the hint.
The type. And what, pray tell, would my type be according to your standards, woman?
The fact that he switches between woman and Daisy kind of pisses me off a bit.
The sort I'd happily bury alive.
And we take a break! Oh, fuck! Hang on. That's the wrong thing. It didn't play my fucking Spotify. Are you in the closet? No, I'm not. My closet's too small to fit my PC in there. Howlin', howlin', even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. 'Cause you got me howlin', howlin'. On the weekend and I'm not messed up. What a shame you only know my name. What a show, call off your circus. All your jokes come off so ruthless. Bye bye, you can miss me with that shit. I think of you when I'm intoxicated. I don't know why I saw straight. On the bells on your mind, lost in the all you can deny. But you wish you were nice. I can see you so try.
Time flies by and you still look so dumb. Getting bored too soon of your new high.
The food has gone south? What do you mean by that? The food has gone south? What did you do? Alcatraz, be safe, please. But what the fuck did you do? You have to come back and tell us what you did to your food. You made tacos? How's that gone south? Oh, you mean, I gotcha. You gotta deal with that. Okay, don't give us the details. We don't need to know.
Well, would you look at what's coming out of those pretty little lips? Watch the language, Daisy. You're supposed to be teaching children. What would ever happen to this nation?
You know what I mean.
Oh, and you somehow find that tidbit funny.
Excuse me.
A little, I admit. That sort of wisdom is the last thing I expected to come from you. I mean, look at yourself. Pampered and pompous to the last hair. You've probably never been to this side of Luxborn until a few days ago.
Daisy, just because I'm dressed miles better than the average bloke you see every day, doesn't mean I'm incapable of thinking on your level. Actually, I'm more surprised we aren't on the same page on this. I expected better from someone with enough balls to hit a random stranger with a bloody book. In public, mind you.
I remember it well. It was only a few moments ago, but oh, does it leave a bittersweet taste in my mouth?
Someone my goddaughter looks up to, even. Guess you can't have everything in this world,
Well, of course, I'm...
Oh,
bro.
I get it. Running on presupposed notions, aren't we? My, what a dangerous thing to practice for a teacher.
It doesn't have anything to do with...
What is it this time, I wonder? Oh, wait, don't say it, let me guess. What do those random gossips in this bloody city usually say? Oh, right. You probably think I'd go with clingy, spoiled kind, didn't you?
What? Where does that... How did you even come to that conclusion?
Oh, don't lie to me now, Daisy. But just so we're clear, if I wanted an arm decor, I'd have gone with the first brainless munter I picked up on the streets.
Okay. Have fun with your stomach.
I have standards, you know.
I haven't even said a word. I was just asking what you thought of it.
Oh, but you were thinking about it or else you wouldn't have asked. Might as well get it out of the way,
You are impossible.
So they say. Tell me something I didn't know, Daisy.
Why does he say it like that? Why does he laugh like that, bro? I don't know. He both amuses me and annoys me all at the same time.
You... I really have no idea how anyone with half a brain can put up with you. Let me speak with your wife sometime. I'd love to ask her.
That last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even after my own standards, or the kind of person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude. An apology is already at my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I've prepared myself to say dissipates, lost in the moment in front of me. He has turned his gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings, blocking the view of the sky, equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his features a certain air. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it. The words mutter under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Nevertheless, it reaches my ears, unintentionally as it may be.
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
All that talk about self-worth makes sense now. It isn't some profound knowledge he pulled out of his arse. It has come about because he has already been there. Likely still stuck in the middle of it. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier after all. Less room for mistakes. More for a dose of self-loathing. What a complicated man. Just when you thought you've already figured him out. He does one thing and says the other. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet, it might be exactly for this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's the mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out that's supposed to say what's underneath that bravado, because that doesn't make sense otherwise, because of wanting to find out what underneath that bravado. That's incorrect grammar. This is probably like one of the first ones that I found that's incorrect. It's the mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out what's underneath that bravado. I won't count myself among those yet. His winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea. But sometimes, once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that macho machismo? What the fuck is that? Machismo? Yeah, that's correct, okay. But sometimes, once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that machismo, emphasizing with the man isn't such a steep hill to climb. If the comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is. Perhaps this is as close to a friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around, with a few shared silences in between, and that's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy, either. Despite the awkward start we've had. Maybe it's for this reason that I can't resist throwing a little comment to lift his mood before leaving him.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
I hate that he snickers. I fucking hate you, Luke.
Take it how you will. But a little attitude change would help. A lot.
Ah, bollocks.
Yeah.
Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter. Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl, while I met it with matching perplexity. It's only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe, after you left. She was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite thick. And I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
Yeah, you know, I can't even be like, oh, you're being so nice, because it's just it's you!
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Luke exhales long and drawn out, his impatience rapidly changing into a companionable air. What? His impatience rapidly changing the companionable air. Okay. Luke exhales long and drawn out, his impatience rapidly changing the companionable air around us. In the fact of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped on another minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this. Why this still surprises me escapes me. But I've my worries of offending the man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough that I saw that night, yet he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
Kylie's sob reaches my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchange worried glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. Her cries are soft enough not to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Those that still linger, though, watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Kneeling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping away her tears, creating little trails on her cheek. Her mouth is drawn into a miserable pout when she peers at me.
All right, Kylie. Calm down. What happened?
It's my friend!
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke. Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately clams up after, letting her sobs communicate the story instead. Or as much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. Welcome back, Blitz. Did you change your name? Or is this another account? What the hell? Is this your first chatter as well? Hello? Am I talking to the same person here? What's happening? Did you go to change like one letter in your name and then came back, or is this like another account and then you put an underscore after it? What's happening? Am I tripping? Or are you a completely different person and I'm just fucking yeah, okay. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying. No? Same person? Oh, okay. Is this a second account or did you just change your name? What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. The tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk. Her cries subside into mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Where? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another nod.
She won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away. Career Day's going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us if we're good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Display name? Oh.
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her, too. She and Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her? Tell her to come out, and I'm really upset with her.
Just a little childish argument then. I think you like him and hate him because of the casual toxic masculinity. Women hate it, but they also can't help themselves but like it. No, I just hate him. I hate him so much. I only like him when he's actually nice and he's like, what's the word? Cordial, I guess, would be the way to describe it. But he's not that most of the time. He's only that in private. I don't think you ever see him actually be cordial, except for these very brief moments. Every other time I've seen him, he's been very, Very toxic. Times like this, I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. So you don't like him at no. No, I don't like Luke at all. He can die in a ditch. I do love being around children, and won't mind having one or two of my own in the future. But it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. I honestly admire my colleagues who willingly take the challenge. Also, why are you up so late? Because I woke up at 4 p.m. So I'm staying up to fit my sleep schedule. And normally I'll leave this to their homeroom teachers to fix. But I can't just ignore the imploring look she shoots me. It's called insomnia. It's another weakness I'll have to steel myself against before I ever think of having one of my own. For now, I give into it. I'm waiting for it to say story updated, and then that's when we'll end stream, because, yeah.
Okay, tell me where she is, sweetie.
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Whoa! Oh, it's a journal update. Never mind. I was gonna be like, oh, okay. Luke was seen attending career day at St. Gertie High School with his goddaughter, where he met Rebecca again. Minutes later, a sobbing Kylie interrupted their conversation to report a friend crying in the little girl's room. Luke trails quietly behind us, even with a little distance in between. His apprehension is palpable, understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat. But in the end, this is all just a part of my job. I can't just shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to the adjacent hall. At this hour, the corridors and the rooms lining its sides are empty, save for the gentle rustle of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our feet against the floor. The whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This part of the building is reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before we make the turn down the hallway, she has stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down.
Kylie is possessed again. Let's fucking go. Probably to brace or calm herself, or maybe this is her way of preparing to pull her friend out of her sulk. It certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remark on it, however. It's all a part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. The door's slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. Turns out Kylie's not the only one who's upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms in my lips as I call out to her friend.
Hello? Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you?
No, this is not Kylie's friend. This is not Kylie's friend. I know for a fact that this is not Kylie's friend. This is not where we want to be. I want to leave.
Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Children can be amusing, can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave.
At least she's trying.
Don't you want to receive one?
I don't know. I'm sure there's a log somewhere that tells us where everyone's from. But I can't remember where it is. I don't remember where it is. There is somewhere that tells us like where everybody's from. I just can't remember where it is. However, her cries show no signs of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming, regardless.
Are you okay?
From where I stand, it sounds almost like she's in some kind of pain, and it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them for fear of a reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the loo furthest from their classroom. Oh god, I don't like them. Oh god. Okay, Rebecca is from... She's Scottish! She's from Scotland. She's born from Scotland. She's from Scotland. She's from Scotland while Luke is actually British. It might just be the voice actor's take on Scottish people. I don't know. I fucking hate Luke, bro. Luke, you're such a dim-witted bitch. They have a son and a daughter? Bro, we never heard of this, bro. Harsh? Bro, he's a womanizer and he's married. He gives nicknames to women. I just don't like him. I just don't like him. Fucking hate him. I like to do that too, to be fair. What? Give nicknames to women? I mean, I don't mind it as much, but it's the nicknames he gives. It's always a flower. Like, why? You could give any other silly, ridiculous nickname. Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of déjà vu hits me. I've been in this position before. Behind a door with someone crying on the other side. My calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in this same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me. Is the thick undercurrent of worry trickling into my stomach. I take one last deep breath, then I nudge the door open. It all happens in a span of a second. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. And when I turn,
Kylie?
gosh, she's possessed.
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Ugh. Oh god, I can't even voice act. My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her, words catching at my throat and heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
Can't you hear her? She's asking for your help.
But it is not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes, calling, beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me. A tide that has receded has now returned to the shore with an overwhelming force carrying images of a single moment from days ago. Of a world passing in a blur. And of features I can barely discern under the little light there was. Nothing but a week has passed. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid runes this time. No blood stains streaming from a pale face, thank heavens. Just lips contorted into a smile, twisted smile. They brim with venom. I've never expected to ever see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person. People like you deserve to die.
I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again, judging, mocking, taunting, each scathing word ringing sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes up. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tips of my fingers, every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air or freedom, the coil wraps around my body tightly, dragging me down. A gradual, torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On and on and on until I lose touch of myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
My eyes snap open and the world shifts in place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them. Just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I have become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back into me. I reached out for the nearby counter and steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still
You have good taste,
comes
my
in
friend.
short, shallow bursts. Hello, Fox! I was not expecting a raid. Reiko, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the raid. Fox, how are you? How are you? What were you streaming? Well, you can't go to sleep now. Well, I guess I'll just stay on for another hour. It's okay. I don't have to sleep. Who needs sleep? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Thank you, Fox. Obsidian, Ozzy, Ashur, Katana, Fox, Manga, and Reiko. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick before I forget.
Ooh.
In Emmy Store. I love that you instantly answered it before I even asked. Oh, thank God. I did type it correctly. Belbees, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the show. You're playing FNAF Help Wanted 2. Ooh. Ooh, spooky. You did ask. Did I ask? Bro, I'm so scatterbrained. I'm sorry. Hello, Raiders. My name is Phantom. I'm a Persona VTuber. I'm an artist, voice actor, and content creator. I do variety streaming here on Twitch. I put V in variety because I'm playing the letter that probably no one has ever heard about. It's a horror visual novel. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. We just got through like a very intense scene, I think. I post other content on YouTube as well and other sites. Welcome to the show. Hope you enjoy yourselves here. Manga Waltz, thank you so much for the follow. Did you have fun on it though, Fox? Did you have fun? Did you have fun on Help Wanted? How was it? What's the verdict? Every time I scroll up, it fucking does the thing. It was a fun game. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Glad you had fun with it. The music is still going, bro. The music is like, eh. God, Jesus. We just went through the scene. You don't need to keep going. Stop. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state. But my battery pack is dying and the game makes me a sweaty wet boy. Get a towel.
Did you get sick?
Get a towel. Get a towel, you sweaty wet boy. Don't rub your hands on me. Not on my jacket.
I'll call Tio, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No. No need. Just leave me alone.
Tio will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
I wish I can speak reassurance to her, but I can't shake it off. Sorry, I can't stay longer. I have to rest. Don't feel bad. That's okay, Reiko. Get some good rest. Make sure you rest up, drink some water, and I hope you heal from your surgery very, very soon. Yeah. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I thank you for stopping by with Fox's Raid. And nonetheless, do get some good rest. Yeah. The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation of what? I'm no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break off into a run, brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out, and the furrowing of Luke's brows. When I stumbled into him outside. Whatever they both saw on my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell. I don't even understand what's happening anymore. The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I have caught a few sharing anxious glances. Every time the pen slips by hand or my shoulder tenses whenever called. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my 4th cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Or is it the 5th? God. Why does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse in my part after having been sick for a week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
Those are just stories, a centuries-old lore passed on by locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my Da's books even went as far as to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who fed on unborn children straight from the mother's womb, or hell, there's even that one story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth in it. Most probably told to scare off the natives there back in the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I have been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
A terrible thing, if true. Though that thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up, and my brows knit together. Marianne McCullough. Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember when I've entered this person in on my contact list. It takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eye zeroes in on the book lying wide open on the table. Learned out from the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there by sheer coincidence. A fellow history buff, apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end she's given it to me under the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I'd completely forgotten about it until now, and well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally, I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out, but about 1 or 2, depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere, and the next, then someone suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend ends up in a trauma center of the local hospital and fighting for her life. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. The phone gives out another ring, and this time I don't hesitate to answer.
Marianne?
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon, unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Oh, sure. What about?
I love Marianne. I miss her already.
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you just met, but I answered her nevertheless. I'm more curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, 3rd generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, do you only play... No, okay, so this is the 5th character we're playing. We started out with Isabella, and then we went to Hannah, and then we went to Zachary and Marianne, and now we're on Rebecca. And then we still have Ashton and Luke to go. So we played like a variety of different characters already. It's just a case of getting through all of them. Yeah.
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright, I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, odd.
There are like some parts of the story that you get in other people's parts. Like I don't remember this call when we were playing Marianne, that's for sure. I don't remember this call at all. Nah.
Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it'll lead to this. She must not have lived here long, if she's just asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. Though it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is...
My nose is itchy.
The thing is... Oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this.
Woman! Bitch, spill it out! What the hell?
It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
See things?
No, wait. It's alright, I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's frightened that. This is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded on their beliefs with regards to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
We're not gonna forget it. It's gonna be in the forefront of our minds.
My lips will be sealed.
Oh, you mean just to keep it a secret? Of course they're gonna keep it a fucking secret, bro.
Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place is past. What happened to the owners?
They died. One committed suicide. No, I'm joking. I actually don't remember.
Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary. From the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who built it, up to the point it got deserted after the last heir's death, and the deed was passed on to Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. These are all nothing she probably hasn't heard of before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories.
Oh yeah, so she did hang
Aside
herself,
from
right?
that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, thoughts, you know? By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
Rebecca, if you don't mention the letter to her, you are going to regret it for the rest of your life. Fuck! She ends the call abruptly, with only a clipped goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The mood around the classroom has gone considerably denser. In light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation, let's look at the journal. Where is it? After the strange encounter at the little girl's room, Rebecca tried to remain composed throughout her day. As her classes ended, she receives a phone call from Marianne McCullough, who asked unusual things about the Ermengarde mansion. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine. I'd give her that. But she's left a lot of things out. I get the sense she only asked because something's happened around her too. And if she hadn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
You got yourself into something crazy. Isabella's already been in a car accident. We don't know what happened to Marianne. Zachary's seen things. Hannah is probably possessed. Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusions to be formed with what we have. And if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories, as absurd as it sounds. The very place that gives us the letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours of that chance at a housewarming party. Totally not any exciting thought, since the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. But it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay, as I step out of the room ready to put an end to this day. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air as I run headfirst into Luke. There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much my opinion has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have of him without a care or thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth. His mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother could love.
You're still here?
Obviously. Who do you think standing in front of you?
Who do you think is standing in front of you? I am as handsome as can be. How could you possibly miss me? I fucking hate his guts.
An ass.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Blatantly, I notice his hand. Partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and tiptoeing and toeing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make a vague gesture at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping in the air with the way he's moving his arms. Though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Tio.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling And maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being served a dose of his own medicine, huh? Okay, bedtime for me. Stream again tomorrow? Yeah, of course I'm streaming again. I stream 5 days a week, baby. Wee. I'm streaming Genshin tomorrow, though. Yay. Genshin. Wee. Story quests. Let's go. Yeah, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Don't worry about that. Yeah. I'll see you then. Good night, Blitz. Sleep well. I hope you get good rest. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. Bro, I'll fix my sleep pattern tomorrow. I'll be properly sleeping tomorrow. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. I do my best to stare the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite? I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just say yes.
A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You think a man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Tio said it'll be his treat.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin. I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise I'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
Wow. He and Ashton will get along famously in that department. On a different front, the offer of free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second, I find all my choices slipping away from me.
See, Miss Pink? It'll be fun. You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
You are not possessed when there are other people around, Kylie. I still don't trust you, even though you are an adorable child, okay?
Oh, well,
And my mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence, and for a second I'm spared from the act of giving an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I say it didn't amuse me. It did. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salem Well this evening. I need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See ya. Oh. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by and he's in the area for some business. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad that he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella is ever going to let him leave the building unscathed. If he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man, I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Except she won't be there, if that scenario ever comes to pass while she's stuck in that hospital. Sighing, I slipped the gadget back into my pocket. But looking up and seeing Luke's utter impatience on his face, I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting. And knowing what kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. His denials aside, it's easy to tell he's really fond of Kylie from his actions alone. I kind of hate to ruin that.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
On the other hand, there's Ash. His message didn't exactly imply he was going to wait, and he's expecting me to be there. But there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Housewarming party matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former has already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. Even after what I heard, or the fact that he detests attending gatherings like this. It's company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. If by some miracle he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice, when you put it like that, still. Tough choice, but I have to pick one. No! Oh, fuck. We should go talk to Ashton, but at the same time... Oh, Kylie, though. Kylie, I don't trust you, bitch. I don't trust you. I don't, no. Oh, it's break time. I get to think about it for a bit longer. Man, it was a tough choice. What do I pick? I don't even know. Man, this is a tough choice. I don't even know which to pick. Eesh. Kylie or Ashton? Kylie or Ashton? Kylie or Ashton? I think the more sensible choice is Kylie. We'll pick Kylie. Ooh. I have a few gripes with Ashton. I think I'll pick Kylie.
Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Without the slackness, active style and pattern, that's a man there. Active. One live life massive. Talking up on off the brandish. Touch you down, all the world has stick. When I start the bumper clad mash pit, when I step out, all the face get active. Clocks on the east side, bad bitch on each side. Big splits chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out the peace line. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool, man, I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. Without the slackness, active. Stand up and there's a man there. Active. One live like massive. Talking up on off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When I step out, all this get active.
Welcome back, boys and girls. How you doing? How was your 3-minute break? I hope you all had some hydration and you went to the toilet and everything. Yeah. Okay. So for the sake of the fact that Ashton's an ass for now, I'm going to pick Kylie. Okay, but only because Kylie asked. Haha. Nothing happened to Ashton. Nice. In the end, it's my fondness for Kylie that wins out. Chances are I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make up an excuse. A sudden call from a friend or things to work on. It doesn't seem so bad when I think of the pros and cons. At best, it'll be a quiet dinner. At worst, it'll be an awkward affair we're both eager to be rid of. I'm leaning more to the latter happening, hoping for the former, of course.
Okay, but only because Kylie asked.
Kylie's face instantly lit up. For the third time today, she tackles me with a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
That's alright. I'm sure Tio doesn't mind. He let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
Luke follows closely behind, and perhaps out of some desire to keep the dead air away, I couldn't resist throwing in a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
I'm the one who should keep my distance. May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
Might I remind you that it was violence, so watch your tone, sir.
Oh, I remember it clearly. But perhaps it's you who needs a reminder. You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we give it another try? Maybe this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
Bro, he really is worse than a 5-year-old child.
You think you're scary? I'll show you what's scary.
What? Your face? To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it. And briefly I pause to stare at him. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers, like the usual, and for the better part of our walk, except for Kylie's excited chatter, we don't speak. Somehow, I have this strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing. And amidst this new found friendship, dare I call it that? Ashton's message lays forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. Of all the places nearest the school, Kylie picks the one, and waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I've imagined it would be. Not the bad sort, though. Pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. So long as you're willing to look past of the tactless remarks and we're not exchanging acerbic quips, it's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier. Even going so far as to laugh when Kylie's story calls for it. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. More than once I catch his frequent cheesed off expression easing whenever he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like. She didn't accept the jellies, though. She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home. I think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. Once Kylie wanders to the nearby bookshelves. After having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both revert back to silence. On our own, we have little to talk about, aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, it does veer on local politics and history. He's surprisingly versed with that. he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jib. Nothing too personal as ever mentioned so far. So far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I turn to like him enough to speak of every minute detail of my life. Better keep it strictly between the silence and casual words. English. I fucking hate English. Repartee. Wow, it literally is just pronounced that way. Repartee. This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm quite sure he feels the same. So, when another bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I'm taken to finding something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. But it'll be a complete lie if I say I'm not waiting for some intervention. Something to pull me away from this place. Someone. Ashton's probably at Salemwell by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make up an excuse and leave now, I can still catch him.
Cut that out, it's distracting.
My hand still holding the gadget awkwardly between us, arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now, after complaining about how appalling the tea they're serving here is. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is and tasteless the decorations they have are. If I didn't stop there, I was gonna cough. Previous to that, he has griped about how dull the place is compared to the other one he frequents on the upper class side of the city. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, Your Majesty. Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he's turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
Bobfuck? Do I even want to ask?
I don't want to hear it. If it comes out of his mouth, it can only be either rude or offensive. Regardless, he continues.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face? True horror.
What is wrong with you? You know, I frown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap. Preferably by your own mum.
A shame she isn't here,
For whatever reason, that puts an end to the talk right away. He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it, while I turn back to my mobile. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message, check if I were home? Meanwhile, Luke's silence lasts all but 10 seconds.
What is it with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
I just noticed the way he holds his fist. Look at his thumb is inside his fingers. I've never seen that. Like, in person, I've never seen that. I've only ever seen it in drawing. I've never... What? That's such an uncomfortable way to hold your fist. I'm sure some people do it, but I only hold it like that to clip my thumb. He's got the immature act down pat. I'll give him that. Seriously, how old is this guy? He's 31. Has he somehow been deprived of affection during childhood?
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It is my business, all right? 1, I'm the one paying here. 2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy. Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry.
Oh, Luke is a Kevin.
What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
But I suffer. I'm suffering so much. Let me disintegrate into nothingness as I descend into darkness of my boredom. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I almost got stuck.
That's your problem? Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Oh, I didn't realize this was one. You move fast, Daisy. You could have informed me first, you know.
What? Oh my god. Bro, I fucking hate you.
Had I known, I would have taken you someplace nicer.
Bro, I hate you.
Certainly the kind with better food and plenty of good wine.
I fucking hate you so much. You're such a dick.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea?
Because it was for Kylie and not for Luke, Rebecca.
Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be.
He's got a point there, I guess.
Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out. It'll be our dirty little secret.
Excuse me. Oh god, that just came out of nowhere. I'm so sorry. She doesn't have a boyfriend. The love of her life is literally in love with her best friend.
He's not my boyfriend.
The words came out with more force than I intended. Oh my god. Than I intended. But by the time I realized my slip up his lips is already speared into his sneer, heat slowly crawls on my face.
Oh, so there is someone. You're so easy to read.
Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know, but in the second he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement without reservation to everyone within earshot. In that moment, I know I've flipped a switch in him somewhere, and I've lost my chance to deny his assumption. Do I even want to? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my phone? Oh god, if my fingers weren't so trigger happy. Waiting for another message from him? For a reason to dump this awkward meeting? To go after him?
Look how mottled you are.
What the fuck is mottled? Wait, no, I have to look up what this means. What the fuck is mottled? Mottled. A mark of a spot that's smear colored. Is that all that marked with spots or smears of color? So he's just saying that her face is red.
Now the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush. The color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
It's not a crush.
Classic denial. But in reality, you want him to be yours, and your every move is made to make him notice you. In fact, you don't want him to see you with another man in a non-professional capacity, because he might misinterpret it.
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Daisy, just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
True story.
Don't be ridiculous. Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
I don't think that's what he meant, but okay.
Because, Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time with. Granted, I don't like some of them, and I have a few of my own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers.
You know what? With all the shit that I give Luke, at least he has some redeeming qualities. This being one of them. Don't learn from everything from Luke, but this, take notes. You don't need to know what your significant is doing every single like hour of the day. I'm sure they'll tell you how their day was and what they did, but it's not necessary, right? And it's not necessary that they know everywhere you're going. Just say like, oh, you're going out or something. It's fine, right? If they trust you, they'll let you do your thing.
Do you know how boring that would be? To be with the same person for all hours of the day, losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you, or putting everything you have aside to please them, to have your whole world revolve around one person.
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else? Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
And you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
She is younger than you.
What's so naive about it? If you love each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you? Maybe you haven't been loved enough.
Oh, it's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite. A starry-eyed girl pining for a dashing Prince Charming? What's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in the suburbs?
You know what? A wedding on the beach doesn't sound too bad, but realistically, the sand on the dress if you have a train, ugh. No, thank you. I'd rather have my honeymoon at the beach than the wedding.
How quaint. Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after?
I feel like this is the only thing that Luke gets kind of right, because he is married, so he's that kind of view already. But obviously Rebecca hasn't been married, and in fact she hasn't even confessed her love to Ashton, so she doesn't really know what it's like to be in a relationship.
Please.
What? I never once said... And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
No, not necessarily, but it's not exactly something that's rooted in reality.
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head. Tell me, how long has this song and dance been going for you and your man? Maybe I am mistaken.
Averting my eyes from him is all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 I had with Ash? Your 17 years was spent one-sidedly in love with him, Rebecca. There is a big difference. It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. Again, he's been married for 7, probably been in a relationship with Hannah for a little bit longer than that, and your love is one-sided and Ashton doesn't know anything about it. Ash and I may have never moved past the boundaries of friendship like what I'm hoping for years, but what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. What you have is a friendship, and what you have is a one-sided unrequited love, because Ash is in love with Isabella. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know him better than anyone. Not enough? No matter what this man, this complete stranger says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. And yet...
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20...
His words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've ever been sure of. Despite myself, the doubts resurfacing and my defenses crumbling right in front of my eyes. It's no wonder he sees right through me. And as expected, he ridicules it. Laughs. Restrained, low and rumbled, a sharp sound striking the air around us, amidst the murmur of people and the soft notes of music playing over our heads. His shoulders shake, and when his mirth becomes too much even for him, he reaches up a hand and passes it over his face, as if to hold his glee close to him.
Lordy bullocks, this is just brilliant. Oh, mother, why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
He dissolves into another peal of laughter. But when it subsides, what he has for me are more words. Scathing, each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this strong.
Is everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you? Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe? Although with how long this seems to be going on, I think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top. Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For being a good, patient, loyal little girl all this time, never looking at another man. He must have been having a grand time with someone pining over him this long. I'm a little envious, to be honest.
He's very oblivious. It went straight over his head. He's in love with another woman.
Maybe also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
I don't think he's noticed.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes met mine, sharp and imposing. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity. Because if there's something I won't let his opinions trample on, it's this. What does he know? However, he's the first one to look away, focusing his eyes back to where Kylie is, and for a moment I believe I've won. Until he draws in a breath and turns back to me. The word he drops next, though hushed, hanged heavily in the distance between us.
You're right. I won't. But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman. They are not the same thing.
True story. True story. True story. True story. Love and obsession, two separate things. I think there's something called the 3-month rule. This works both in a relationship and out of a relationship, I think. 3 months to after you break up, to let yourself like fester in it and kind of just get over it. Because if you get into a relationship straight after that, it's like you're asking to get into not a great relationship. And then 3 months in, like, first in your relationship to kind of gauge the person, I suppose. Or at least gauge whether you actually like this person or if you're just obsessed with them. Yeah, there's a big difference for sure. It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges in my heart. Maybe it's in the manner he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture, or an underlying insult in his tones, in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express the simple truth. This time, it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realize that. If this happened minutes before, I'd already have an equally searing retort at the tip of my tongue. There is none. But the anger is there, whirring at my insides, pondering, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We have the long years we've been together. We have the memories. Whenever he needs me, until people came in between us, I've been the one there. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, shouldn't it? I've always been sure of it, and that one day he'll see it for what it is. Even if his heart is still set on someone else. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now, I struggle to find the words. I don't know what to say. I don't need to answer that, or what do you have? I feel like if I say what do you have, it will probably negatively impact our relationship, but what do I care? I fucking knew it. How dare he, though? How dare he just waltz in and act like he can do as he pleases? Say what he wants or trample over other people's feelings? He doesn't know anything about me or Ashton. We've only met a few days ago, and yet he acts like we've been acquainted for years. He hasn't even met Ash. How can he say those things about him? The longer I hear his tirade, the more it sounds like he's pulling it out of his arse, out of some misguided thinking that he's better than anyone in this whole bloody city. What a pompous bowhide! Bowhide? I don't fucking know. Normally, I'll ignore people like him. He doesn't deserve a single second of my day. But a small voice in the back of my head protests at the idea of simply leaving things here. I refuse to let this go until I've said my piece and defend myself. Those aren't merely months of harboring feelings for someone he's scoffing at. They're made of years, all of it built upon memories we've had from childhood.
Why do you have to tell me that?
None whatsoever, Daisy. But did you assume I haven't seen that before? Those longing looks? The face of someone who wants something but has yet to get it? Give me a little credit here, woman. I'm not daft, nor am I blind to your silly little feelings. It's plastered all over your face anyway. I didn't even need to try.
A pause comes after, while I wait for him to add to that. He doesn't. But briefly, a wistful expression spreads across his face. Surprisingly gentle, as if remembering an old memory from once upon a time, or something he has constantly seen in the mirror. It's gone the next second. Then he turns his attention on the box beside him. For the next few minutes, he contents himself with making a mess out of the paper napkins inside, folding them into clean shapes without any clear intent before crumpling them in his hands when he's lost interest and dumping them in a small pile in front of him. I allow it to go on for a little while before I interrupt him. I am not done yet.
And somehow that's reason enough for you.
Not at all. In fact, you didn't even need to stay here and listen to me ramble about it. Go on, walk away, the door's wide open. If you wish to be done with this mindless topic. You certainly won't hear me complaining if we just drop this now. I, for one, am very eager to be done with this stupid nonsense about your man and your...
You don't know me.
He pauses in the middle of folding another paper napkin into an airplane and glances up at me.
I'm quite sure we've already established that, Daisy. But go ahead.
And you know not a single thing about him.
That too is true. Are you going anywhere with this?
We've always been together since we were children. We've been friends for a long time. We know each other better than anyone. Compared to those 7 measly years you're so proud of. We've been with each other for almost a lifetime.
Sure, but your years are just as friends. I don't think he's thought of you as anything else, is what I'm saying.
Not quite. Add a few more years, maybe? It does sound romantic when you put it that way, doesn't it? Not many people get to have someone with them that long.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious that he didn't marry Hannah straight away, but I don't think Rebecca realized that.
That's what you have going for you, isn't it? Cute years playing hide and seek, going to school together, and sharing lunchboxes? Did he also protect you from bullies? I bet my socks he did. Lucky, I don't even remember anyone from my old neighborhood. Well, except for that one Nancy who spat his drink in my face years ago. You better pray I don't find him.
Jesus.
So, you're just going to call it that? Despite what I told you, you're just going to call it an obsession?
Isn't it?
Of course it isn't.
Kinda is. With the way you wanted Rebecca, it kinda is.
Didn't I already tell you?
Did it ever cross your mind how your man would feel about all this?
You think I've never thought of that? Listen here, you.
Or were you expecting he'll simply feel the same all because of some shared history you have? Because fun fact, Daisy, feelings change and people most definitely also change with time. Whoever that person was 10 or 20 years ago, whatever idea you have of them floating inside your head, they won't be the same now.
Again, for all the shit I give Luke, he gives some good marital advice at least. Although he's a bit of a hypocrite because he doesn't take it. In the sense that he doesn't really treat his wife very well. In the moments we've seen. Maybe we'll see something different from his point of view, but from Hannah, it's not great.
What are you trying to get at?
Suppose that man of yours wants something else for himself. What if he never returns your feelings the way you so desperately want him to? What will you do?
That's not going to...
Are you going to beg? Tell him to choose you instead? Or are you going to lash out at the poor woman or man who happened to catch your man's attention?
Luke, you get another berry point for being so inclusive of the LGBT. Oh, wow. Nice, you got a brownie point. Ding! You got a brownie point for what you said earlier. You got a brownie point for misconceptions. You also get a brownie point for this. You're probably not going to get any more brownie points, so you better savor them. My voice falters. His eyes focus on me. The pieces of paper he's been folding earlier now left forgotten in the space between us, while he waits for my response. However, I can't give him one. He's already aware of that, and it shows on his face when his lips form a lopsided smirk. How can I when I've had my subconscious my suspicions all along? Worse, it turns out all this time, they're true.
Oh, I hit a nerve, didn't I?
That's none of your business.
It's true, though. The poor bloke doesn't have any obligation to return your precious feelings, nor can you force him to. That wouldn't be right.
If you're just going to mock me, we might as well sew your bloody mouth shut this instant.
Now, no need to get violent. But come on, 20 years? Gordon, Bennett, if nothing's happening past that mark, you might as well consider your options, woman. Even I wouldn't last that long.
Stop it.
One of these days, I'd like to meet the guy and share a few drinks with him, just to give the poor bloke a break from you. And probably see how dense he really is.
He's super dense. He is very oblivious.
I mean, a lovely woman like you chasing after him, and he doesn't give a shite? That's new. It'll be on me, don't worry.
I said stop it! I don't want to hear a word of it anymore!
The chair scrapes the floor as I abruptly push away from our table stand. Looming over him with the most piercing glower I can summon, anger undeterred by my own ragged breath and clenched fists. Looking down at him in the same manner he did to me throughout this chat. The only way I can keep my pride intact in front of him and the other people watching is the other people watching this sudden scene unfold. I hate this man. I hate the fact that he can unsettle me like this, turning everything around what I've believed in with his mere words alone. What's more awful? It's how easily those can replace the very ideas I hold dear to me. Not because I'm easily swayed, but because in each of them I'm aware there's a sliver of truth. Minutes pass in the quiet tension. Some of the diners have already lost interest in the commotion and returned to their meals. A waiter serves our food soon enough, and Kylie makes her way back to the table unaware. But before I can take a seat, Luke mutters something. The words spoken in the same biting tone he was assumed since earlier. Despite my opinion of this man, I stop to look at him. His eyes are on his food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting the portion of meat on his plate. but what comes out only rings true against my ears above the din of the coffee house.
Is that all you are? Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection? I sincerely hope not. Kylie spoke highly of you.
He spears a piece of his food, pops it into his mouth, and that's it. With that, however, he leaves another challenge in the air. Another question. One whole day with this man, and I still can't figure out what his deal is. This time, I don't rise up to it. Doing so means facing a different set of truths I'm not ready to face. Bitter truths. Those are for me to ponder on later, not in front of these people or him. His loathsome face and his sneer are the last things I'd ever want to see if that introspection ever happens. But for all this, I can't bring myself to think of him as someone wholly despicable. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. Aside from Kylie's occasional chatter, the whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the two of us. Somehow, we manage to make it through the whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. A good thing, perhaps. One, because Kylie is sitting right in front of us, and two, I probably won't be able to hold a proper conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school, except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Kylie and I. He emerges minutes later carrying a bouquet of daffodils, with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous one, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up at us, a moment he's not willing to share. At my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking. This is for his wife, Hannah, by the way.
For someone important.
Oh, wait. Was it for Hannah? I can't remember. I accepted it for what it is, if only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him, each one as baffling as the previous. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we head our own ways. Up until I arrive home, I still can't understand him. Here, however, a wholly different set of questions await me. Much like everything today, it comes with the littlest of things. A lone note greets me upon reaching my unit's door. Its edges flutter lightly against the faint, warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stare at it, though I don't make any moves to take it. Ashton's neat script lines its surface. Dropped by earlier. You weren't around. They're easing Belle out of sedatives tomorrow, trying to see if they can take her out of the coma. Good news, huh? Her aunt also wants to talk to us, so if you could come to the hospital, that'd be great. Anyway, how are you doing? Call me when you get this. See ya, Ash. The message he left short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. He mentions nothing of the accident and the ongoing investigation, except for the small request from Isabella's aunt for us to visit the next day. Apparently, they're taking her out of the medically induced coma to see if she's improved. Suddenly, it's the closest thing we have to hope for right now. I can almost hear it in a manner. Ashton's end of formal tone in his note when he checks on my well-being at the end. He still has no idea. Luke and Kylie invited Rebecca for dinner as she has as she was about to leave, despite receiving a text message from Ashton. Rebecca agreed, and the three spent the evening at a nearby coffee shop. Upon returning to her flat, she found a note that Ashton left for her. Any other day, the former part of his message will likely prod at the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart a flutter. Little things from him that I want to mean something more. Yet this time only guilt fills me and my eyes briefly shifts towards Isabella's empty unit. Luke's word repeat inside my head as I do so.
Is that all you are? Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection? I sincerely hope not. Kylie spoke highly of you.
Have I always been like this?
This selfish? In truth, I've intended to call Ash after that dinner, if I didn't catch him here, invite him to that party like I've planned. There's time, and he's probably still awake at this hour. But my hands won't move. And perhaps it is for the better. Until I've had the time to think this through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumple it under my hand. The knob twists open with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman and the mansion to worry about. And this is where we will call it a day. We've gone a bit longer than I would have. We've gone a bit longer than I would normally do, but you know what? It's okay. I quite enjoy this game on occasions. We're gonna return to the main menu and take a quick look at the gallery, since there are a couple of new things that we have seen. There are a few sprites that I've missed throughout because, yes. By the way, this is Isabella at the car crash. It's not pretty. And then we have these lovely backgrounds from chapter 2. Lovely backgrounds. All right. Okay. So we don't have every single image and everything from each chapter. I'm not quite sure how one would collect all of them, but we will at some point. This is Hannah, by the way. She's very pretty, right? Beautiful, in fact. Yes. So each chapter is a different character. And we're currently on chapter 5, which is Rebecca's chapter. And then we have this ridiculousness. Jesus. So I'm guessing as per each choice, it means each, with each choice comes a different CG or a different, like, option. But, at this point in time... Ah, yes, this is where we left off with Maria, and she's trapped in the basement somewhere. In the cellar, even. You know, I didn't notice this until a little after, but she came to the door, and then she bit her lip. I didn't notice her because I was staring at Ashton the whole time. Oh, gosh. I was literally staring at Ashton the whole time. But no. What Luke says has a lot of truth in it. And I don't think Rebecca has moved past the fact that all she thinks of Ashton is this knight in shining armor. She's just obsessed with that idea. But either way, that is all the time we have for this episode, so to speak. Thank you, Lilty, so much for coming to today's stream, and I hope you all enjoyed today's show. I think we will hunt for somebody to raid now. Let's see if there's anybody online that I know. We'll check for anybody I know first, and then if there's no one I know streaming right now, then we will just find someone else to stream. I mean, someone else to raid. Let's see. Oh my gosh. We were supposed to, I believe we were supposed to collab at one point. Cosmic Cherry. We'll raid Cosmic Cherry. Hold that thought. Let me just check for a second. Excuse me. Well, either way, we'll raid her. So while I'm setting up for the raid, if you're not already in the Discord server, do join the Discord server. And follow me on all my socials if you're so inclined. There's your raid message, everybody. And for those of you who don't have the emote, there is your raid message. Be nice to Cherry. They're currently playing Lethal Company with some friends. Do be nice, and yeah, I'll see you guys in a few hours for some Genshin. Thank you all once again so much for coming, and I'll see you, my little thieves, in the next one. Bye.